Well, well, well. What do we have here? A little Jewish boy. Oh, happy Hanukkah. Yes, give it to me. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room. Spend the night together in my room. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Spend our life together in my room. Room, room. If my mother had 3 wheels, she would be a bike. Whoa, no. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Spend the night together in my room. Yo.
Bro, it was crazy. If I never have to train that hard again in my life, I will be a happy man. Training for Sergeant in season 1 was easily the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my entire life. I mean, the initial fear was all of it. I remember seeing this video of him fighting. It's also ripped. Like, if you look at a picture of him from the anime, he's a master chef, he's charismatic, he's charming, all of which I was not.
Oh, jump scare.
I mean, my initial reaction was I'll never be able to pull this off. And I think most people's initial reaction was that I'd never be able to pull this off.
Now this one, I was very like...
Straight up, I thought it was Eminem.
Like, I do not get any Sanji vibes.
People are very skeptical.
I don't think I was conscious of how much I'd have to deal with noise. And I had no idea how to deal with noise. This is gonna fail. You're gonna fail. This is shit. This sucks. You suck. Off my I don't want to sound like a hater, but he looks lame as shit.
This suck. Everybody suck.
It's gonna fail. It's a really great comment. It's given understudy energy. I swear he's holding back because he's scared he'll fall over. I was in my room just scrolling through comments. Okay.
Hey.
Aye.
Back up, back.
Give me a minute, I'll get back to you.
Up. I am the IO now. Damn. Shut the fuck up, Sanji. His legs don't look really ripped enough. I mean, Sanji's in pants the whole time. Look at the chef vibe.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, fuck me, Sanji. Oh, yeah, that's impossible. He's gonna have his hands in his pockets the whole time. Wow, I might have to watch live action now.
I drove myself into a fucking pulp. I was so injured. ACLs were torn. Things were fractured. My ankles were fucked. I didn't even start shooting yet. Forgot about that bit.
I'm saying this here is my table. Close to the kitchen, so I can smell the beef.
Maybe you ought to try table outside, because right now, the only thing I smell is you.
Now, gentlemen.
Scumbag.
You know the rules here. We don't waste food. My first day game, bro, I could barely
Is
walk
French
up the
right?
stairs. I was so screwed. There's 300 people here, all of which expect me to fight like a superhero as soon as I finish saying these lines. 6 months, train 8 hours a day, every single day. 1,400 hours. What if I slip and hit the floor and they sub me out? And I'm standing there with a plate in my hand, which I had fought to keep in the scene, by the way. Director didn't want the plate, I wanted the plate, it's a long story. And all I keep thinking is, I do a spin kick and the plate comes flying out of my hand, hits somebody in the face. Do I even remember how to spin kick? Maybe
Yo,
I...
yo, yo, no. What's happened? The fucking... Please don't just be me.
I've forgotten how to spin kick since yesterday. That's how nervous I was. That's how incoherent my brain was. I'm gonna fall over. I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna slip. I'm gonna slip and fall over, and I'm gonna break my hand, and they're gonna sub me out. I'm not feeling flexible
There are
today. What if I
almost-
can't kick high enough? What if I fall over and hit the table? What if I fall over on my ass in front of all these people and they all just laugh? What if I hit somebody with the plate? What if the plate comes flying out of my hand and hits somebody in the face? I have duct tape on my knees. I literally duct taped my knees in my trailer. So, because I didn't want to ask the medic, because I didn't want to alarm anyone that I was injured. All the way up my thigh. And I'm saying my line. What if...
Over my dead body.
Then it all just kicked in. And...
Yeah, not just me. It better not just be me. Game will not be scored. Rip. Bro, I had a sniper, had a hoodwink, tether targets for days. We run it back. Next server, bro. Next server will be fine. It's Christmas, I guess. You know, Valve, the small indie company. Go again. Have you been on a run tonight? 6 zone. Tonight? This morning. Too used to talking to Americans. Yeah, same, broski. Okay, the post game just popped up, so it did end. Next server is our server. We'll both be in. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Surely won't happen over and over and over again.
I had that one. If you had him, then I wouldn't have got him. You look tired. Maybe you should take a break.
Okay, maybe the live action does look sick. I'm loving the fish, man. Shit, really? Well, that was my first game. Two minutes ago. Fuck. It is true. You just have to get lucky. Even got fast blood or Achilles. Same for C. Even go first blood. West. Bro, it shouldn't be picking that up.
Good fighter.
My name is Sanji. What can I get for you?
Very skeptical.
Listen, if he's French, you just get any random white dude. Amazing. Live action ain't that bad, I guess.
2,500 upcoming simulation games in development right now. It's mind-breaking, I know, but I spend way too much time sifting through the genre to bring you the sims you might want to pay more attention to. Today, I dive into the factory automation simulations where the overwhelming complexity is where the fun begins. With some base building in first person, Star Rupture. Now, first-person factory games are often heavily inspired by Satisfactory, which is obviously a very popular and successful first-person factory automation game. Star Rupture has been gaining some attention as it's a sci-fi alien world factory management simulation game, but you're also fighting off waves of aliens, which is more of a Factorio vibe, or
Yeah. Everything should just copy Factorio. Even Factorio or Dwarf Fortress. You're safe.
maybe a Starship Troopers vibe kind of thing. Either way, the core gameplay here is factory management, but do expect some combat as well. Now, this one is planning to go into early access right at the start of 2026, with plans to stay in there for about a year. Expect early access games to always take a bit longer, so for a full release for Star Rupture, it is looking at 2027, but it will be playable through almost all of 2026. So in this game, you're exploring a deadly planet, you're building up a base and your factory, your whole industrial system to...
No. All the aliens should be based on bugs, Zerg, or oh. Fuck. What's one from Warhammer? No, 40k, please. God, all I can think of is Gene Stealers. That's as close as I'm gonna get.
To unlock new technologies that allow you and your base to survive the harsh conditions even better. And you can play this alone or in multiplayer with up to 4 friends. So you can fight off these waves of aliens and build your factory together. Multiplayer in factory sims is always a great option to have. I know a lot of you are always just, no, I'm gonna build my own factory just by myself. It's gonna be perfect. But sometimes, you know, it's nice to jump in with some friends and deal with the chaos together. Anyway, Star Rupture seems to be promising quite some good stuff, but whether it could compete with what we already have remains to be seen through the year. And then we have one that recently entered early access called Dawn Apart. This is a space colony and factory sim game with destructible environments because it's kind of a voxel-looking game. You can mine, automate, and you need to defend your settlers, or you could even lead a rebellion against the corporation that sent you here in the first place. So, are you gonna play along with the rules, or are you going to do your own thing? Now, this one entered early access around the middle of 2025 to mostly positive user reviews, between 70 to 80% positive, but they're planning to be in early access for what they say is 20 to 30 months. So full release is looking like it's going to be quite a ways away. Up to 2 years away from when I make this video.
Looks good
So
there.
full release could actually be...
Yo, what the fuck? No. Give me a standard mag, please.
Battle begins.
in
C minor, put it in C minor. Where have all the good men gone and where are all the gods? Where's
Nine.
Hercules to fight the rising war? Isn't there a white knight?
He mad, big mad.
Fiery steed?
Shit.
Late at night, I toss and I turn and I dream of what I need. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the end of the night. He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be fast and he's gotta be fresh from the height. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the morning light. He's gotta be sure and he's gotta be soon and he's gotta be larger than life, larger than life. Somewhere after midnight in my wildest fantasy, some will just be beyond my reach. Someone reaching back for me. Racing
I didn't even see the melody from a blind cunt.
rising with the heat. It's gonna take a Superman to sweep me off my feet. But when the mountains meet the heavens above, and when the lightning splits the sea, I can swear there is someone somewhere I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the morning light. And he's gotta be sure, and it's gotta be soon, and he's gotta be larger than life.
Sorry, Brisky.
He's gotta be strong, and he's gotta be fast, and he's gotta be fresh from the fight. I need a hero.
Boom, boom, boom. And let me see. Well. Make sure to get our wisdom. Oh, there it goes. Ooh, yeah. Fuck me, took me, fuck me. What's up, Brisky?
What?
Yep.
Why did you leave when I had 1,000 past the money past 900?
My internet dropped out.
Had when we were playing Blink with my support song board, my true song board. It makes you so much money. Uncle me, are
What's
you
up,
gonna
Brisky?
send for it?
Yep.
I click for third players playing, and then I can go and just get a sung chord, a true sung chord on him. Just show him my sung chord. Does the third player even have a true sung chord on roll?
I bet he doesn't.
Does not.
Well, we'll have to ask him next time.
Okay, if he's here,
In 2020,
things include 4 million from the PD.
Crazy. Wait, no.
Damn, did somebody kill the guy down here?
Sentence with work release where he was able to go to his job.
Oh.
Listening.
You don't have a grenade or anything, I'm guessing, right?
No. Let me look. I don't think so. I got a smoke grenade.
Me. You're gonna
No,
stop
I got split screen.
Do you want to just smoke him and leave or something?
Uncle me.
Yep.
Want to try and get a ventral sunboard. It's literally you have to have every single colony with $50,000
Really?
of every colony. Then you have to get sacrifices on the first sun god and then the true sun god. It's not a mod at all. Are you gonna start balloons?
Apparently it didn't work. What the hell? We have to do it again. It's broken. Come on, come on, come on.
Are you gonna send the new code through?
Yep. There you go.
Hold on, let me loot this guy. Loot, wait. Listen, guys, let's just leave. Oh, shit, not this fucking camera thing. Okay, we need to watch our backs, because they could chase us. Okay. Are you out of shield rechargers?
Yeah.
Wait.
Let's go.
Wait, let me save Margaret. Just in case. Or you're just running it. Damn, did somebody kill the guy down here? He always spawns, right? The big guy? Oh
To
shit.
stop balloons out of bed, make sure to be.
Let's do.
Cleaning. Oh, this has food water.
Yep.
So I know some food water. Are you gonna start? Put it on easy and normal, so I can get some more quick.
Okay.
Good job.
My true sun god or eventual sun god. Eventual sun god is just even stronger than a normal sun god.
Really?
I'm just running.
Yes.
Yep.
It's
call it.
literally just take one little bit.
Let's get out of here, you
Uncle
shrivel.
the best spot for recording. Like, where I put my dog. That's the best
Don't worry, 8
spot
mushrooms
for
every time,
Florida.
bro. Every time.
Okay.
8 mushrooms. Every
Radiant be like, I got 20 mushrooms in 4 runs.
20 mushrooms. He's talking about his fucking
Surely.
porn collection, probably. God. Biggest bottleneck in this game is your stash fills up super quick in a few runs. You have all kinds of crap. You have no idea whether to recycle for mats or sell. Yeah, they need to do something different with the. Like, you should be able to mark stuff for auto recycle. You threw that? Yeah, you did. Good for you, man.
Oh yeah, and for God, you also
Trying to get out with 24k worth of loot. No mushrooms. Nothing I need.
Nice.
I mean, that's just a cellar run.
it's
Well,
like
Snake,
the
corners and guys
Paragon.
were yeah, I know, but when the guy started shredding, Mr. Winter shot him and it knocked him
He's
back, and then he came around the corner and
down.
because after he heard the noise, it shouldn't move anymore. But I think he heavy
Support.
shot him, and then he.
The three parts
Oh, then he medium shot.
Alright,
take
defeat
care of lifting of the night.
Bye.
Sun God, take
Fucking
care of
nerd. I can't believe this guy just left me.
and lifting of the night down. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
am not a ventral sun god.
And Paul just said I can't play games while we talk. God
It,
damn it!
it's very annoying. Yeah, I don't know why.
What do I even need? I feel like all the shit that I need now is like.
Hmm.
Like I have to
Trimple ass.
Who the fuck is it? Hi, what's up?
Hey, how do I pop this out in such a way? Give me a second. I just need to get this set up for my chat.
Bro, take all the time you need. I got 52 minute for you.
52 minute?
52 minute for you.
The pop out is weird.
Oh, my God. I don't want to see the under there.
Let me call you back, or let me jump back in. And how do I expand?
Do what you
This is
need,
bullshit.
man. Do what you need.
This is so annoying.
Nice, what?
You got it, man.
Thank you. I appreciate your faith. Let me call back.
You don't even need to ask permission. Just do it. What am I? No, I'm not.
And then let me expand it. I mean, I guess I could just do this. This is fine.
Oh, you
And
get those
then
stupid
I'll throw on
berries.
my camera.
Okay. If you did all the leveling up before, oh my god, it's such a fuck up. You get so many of these candleberries as like rewards for like just playing, and I had so many, and then my expedition cashed them all, and now I have to manually collect them, and it's the most poverty time fucking loot runs in the universe. It's so horrible. Sorry. Okay.
It's all good. You still playing Ark while we're yapping?
No, you have my undivided attention. It's just a VOD playing in the background on my stream that looks like me, but it's not actually me.
Okay. Well, all right. So I guess the thing that I wanted to ask is, we have the.
Oh,
new
wait,
revelations
wait.
today, and by the way,
You wanna
these
try
are, like,
to get an
written
eyeball from
laws.
the
These are attempting to comply
Down
with the law, but
Oh, what's
obviously
that?
the law is
Get
not
an eyeball.
perfectly being fulfilled.
Get
And
an
we're
eyeball
still
from
getting stuff
down.
like
Or
Jeffrey
California.
Epstein writing a letter
Oh
to
yeah,
Larry
I'll get on
Nassar,
that
another
right now.
convicted ephemophilic sex predator, saying, "Oh well, you know, the world is unjust because you, me, and Donald Trump."
Okay, that's so pretty.
Eight, and that's actually their plan, but it is fully playable now in early access. You are building and automating your base, you're shaping your colony, and you're trying to survive and defend against the hostile environments, and there's also mysterious alien forces here coming for you as well. These seem to be popular themes in factory automation sims these days. I think there's a lot of games that have already mastered just the factory stuff, and they want to add in more combat and more action into the factory sims. I don't know if we're gonna get enough of these to actually have an action factory sim sub-genre, but strategic planning and adaptability to the hostile conditions is gonna be a popular theme in factory. So this factory sim, it's impossible to get away from its inspiration, which is quite obviously Factorio. It's called Substructure.
Why do they all look like
And at
Factorio?
first glance, this looks like
Please.
Factorio, but it does add another layer of gameplay, quite literally. This is a factory automation
Old?
simulation game set on a rogue planet in the far reaches
Underground
of the solar
forest?
system.
Oh, wait,
But
no.
instead of in
That's for
Factorio,
the-
which now has their space
More expensive than
What?
the soundboard.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we can't just communicate.
expansion.
I can't hear you too well.
MRG.
This one, you're going down. You're digging down into the depths of an alien world, and you're exploiting its resources down there, creating multiple layers of factory, which will then be transporting resources and moving its production chains up and down through these layers. And that could be the extra dimension that factory simulation fans have been looking for. You are also not just building factories, you're also building farms in this one to generate resources and all of that good stuff. And as you dig through the layers, you are programming different platforms to transport raw materials, process goods, and
Uncle
in
Rick,
factory.
can you tell your dog Rick's gonna? Because I don't want. I want my Oh yeah, I could put that in this
No,
as
that's
I
silly.
do what I can. Because I just want to see 5 of my 5 a packet. 5 a packet.
What does it have to do with me selling?
Infrastructure up and down through these levels on this mysterious. Then for another early access game that has some very positive user reviews right now, Tower Factory. Now this one entered early access at the end of 2024, and they were planning to release within 12 to 18 months. So it is looking at a 2026 full release, but they could go longer, of course. But bonus points here, there is a free demo for you to try as well. Before you jump into early access, you can give it a try first. Now, Tower Factory, as the name implies, is a mix of factory automation sims, but it also has roguelike elements and
Can you sell your helicopter?
No,
I want to get pops though.
my weapon. I'm going for the phone. So I am not gonna sell it. I don't.
Okay. Then I won't sell my darling gunner.
I don't even want about it. Once we get it on my round,
and it's a tower defense game. So
But
this
it-
is straddling the line between these two genres. For another intricate and complex factory sim, Modulus. Here you are.
And garage doors. So many garage doors. It's even in my shop. I go through this door 20 times a day, and I never think about this shape right here. It's so common that you might never have noticed it. But it's the same thing every time. A square or rectangle with beveled edges and a sharply defined center section, and the whole thing is captured inside a frame. It's called a raised panel, and it's not decorative, or at least it didn't start out that way. The raised panel solves one of the biggest problems in construction: wood movement. Wood is always changing shape. It absorbs moisture out of humid air and expands, and when the air dries out, wood loses water and shrinks. Even wood that's been painted or sealed still does this. It's always.
What? Okay, that makes so much sense.
Expanding and contracting. And the shrinking and swelling is bad enough, but wood also warps. It can bow along its length, it can crown across its width, or it can twist, so the ends aren't parallel anymore. And if you're trying to build something out of wood, this is all pretty inconvenient. One of the earliest ways of solving this problem was just nailing stuff together, like on this nailed chest. Nails can flex, so they allow wood to shrink and swell, but nailing boards together keeps them from bowing or twisting. This chest is over 400 years old, and still square and solid, but I bet you can see the problem. It's that lid. Centuries of shrinking and swelling.
Maybe a bank robbery.
I don't have any money.
You have You have 10,000. You have 10,000. Bank robbery. cooperate. Right now, give me
I don't have any money.
Shut up! I don't my T5 and the copper.
Warped it horribly. It doesn't even close anymore. It's the same problem with doors. You can't just have a plank of wood floating in midair. It's going to move and warp and stop working. If only there were a way to put a frame around that door or lid to hold it flat. Well, early woodworkers were pretty smart, and they started doing exactly that. Take the piece of wood for a door, shrink it a little bit, and then put it in a frame. But, and here's the real killer innovation.
God,
The
they're all
frame is
frames.
connected at the corners with joints and glue, but this center section, which we call the panel, isn't attached to the frame in any way. No.
They're all in goddamn frames.
I'm going to bankrupt Ray.
I don't have any money.
Bankrupt Ray.
Nails, no glue. Instead, there's a groove around the inside of the frame.
Yo, that tool. That's a sick ass tool. I see.
And the panel sits a little
Is it called a framer or something?
loose in the groove. So when it gets humid and that panel expands, there's room. But the frame also holds the panel flat, so it can't bow
Oh, that's
or twist.
beautiful.
Once you get the concept down, it's pretty easy to see this as the door or lid for any piece of furniture, or even the door to your house. But then you might look at it and think, wait a second, why not just make a whole piece of furniture just from this construction? Historically,
Is that gonna work? You just add that. Yeah. I think it still has to be framed. I want to see why it can not be framed.
were expensive. So if you get rid of the nails and make the whole thing from panels in a frame, you'd save money. It also looks cool. Imagine a chest as a set of boards. Now, shrink the boards and make them into panels and put a frame around each one. Compared to a box that's just nailed together, this is much more elegant. If you're making furniture professionally, you can charge more money for this because rich people will want it. Early frame and panel stuff just had a flat panel with no decorative edge because that's easy to make. And the flat panel is also a classic look. But you also want to use a pretty thick panel because that's more durable. You've just got to thin down that edge, just enough so you can jam it into that frame. You might think woodworkers would make a neat little shelf on that
Yeah, so just make it angled the whole
edge.
way.
We call this a rabbet, and it would fit that groove perfectly. But time is money, and that's actually too much work. The easiest way to do it was just hack a bevel into that edge with an axe or a hand
You called
plane.
it a bevel,
It doesn't
okay.
matter if that edge has a slope as long as
Fine,
it's thin
okay.
enough to fit into the groove. So early furniture makers would just take whatever tool and blast away enough material to get the fit. This was rough work, and no one thought about making those bevels look good. Remember that chest we just looked at? Check out the inside of the lid. Look at those sloppy, uneven edges. This was normal
Lazy
for a long time,
fuckers.
from the Middle Ages up through the Jacobean period. Oh, and I'm thinking about turning this video into a whole series called The Secret History of Wood. If you'd like to see more videos about, like, who invented dovetails or where did sandpaper come from, go ahead and leave me a comment down below. Now, this rough beveled panel with a flat face was the standard for centuries. But eventually, someone made those bevels even and smooth with nice, crisp corners. And that woodworker thought, hey, we should flip that panel around and show those details off. Introducing the raised panel. It's exactly like the flat panel,
Beautiful.
but flipped around to show off those smooth, even bevels. It adds a ton of visual interest with roughly the same amount of work. This type of panel became especially popular in England in the 1660s, when Dutch influence made furniture much fancier and more stylish. But there's one more step in the evolution of this style. Here, the border between the bevels and the center of the panel is kind of fuzzy and indistinct. The last thing is to add a sharp edge all around the inside of the panel. Now, that inside section is called the field, and the whole thing is called a raised and fielded panel. And this classic look is everywhere in Western culture. It isn't just on furniture and doors. You can find entire rooms built from raised and fielded panels. And all of this made perfect sense when we were still building everything out of solid wood, and wood movement was a constant problem. But what about my shop door? I mean, it's not made out of wood, not even close. Why does it still look like an antique wooden door from an 18th century house?
Why?
Well, most of it is just looks. I mean, you can buy a plain flat door, but it's really boring. If you just mold in some of these frame and panel details, the whole door looks a lot more classy and elegant, not like a cheap fiberglass door, which is what it actually is. These details just give a subtle feeling of class and dignity to something that would otherwise be very bland and boring. But there's another super important reason that the frame and panel style keeps hanging around. Light. Early furniture builders were masters of light and shadow. They understood how light falling across certain details could create dramatic effects. Look at this single panel from my garage door. It's a classic raised and fielded panel, and we've seen it a million times. But look at how the morning light separates the shape into distinct sections and creates shades of color. The whole thing is white, but that slanting light creates a brilliant white, a softer and more cream-colored white, a subtle gray, and a dark gray that's almost black. The raised panel shape interacts with natural light to make a whole palette of colors. It gives huge visual interest to something that could just be a boring, flat surface. I think most people go through more or less their entire lives without ever noticing raised panels, even though they're all around us. But what's cool about this detail is once you see it, you can't unsee it. And now I bet you'll look around your home and your neighborhood and see raised panels everywhere. It's actually cool once you learn how to look for them. And if you're...
Stress is an ancient...
Okay. I get it. I get it. But we're out of that. We don't have to. Why don't we bejewel outdoors? Why don't we golden... Oh shit. Gold-plated doors. Now that's what I want to see.
Superpower that's slowly killing you. It evolved as one of the most powerful tools for survival, but has turned into a double-edged sword in the modern world. It grants your wish to rise to a gnarly challenge or to work harder, but claims a chunk of your life force in return. Unless you learn how to use it right. What is stress? Why is it harmful? And what can you do to escape its consequences? All living things strive for homeostasis, a state where their body is in balance. To maintain this balance, they make adjustments like moving into the sunlight or eating nutrients. But the world is a cruel place with death lurking behind every corner, and organisms need a way to react to extreme situations. This is how stress evolved, as a physical response to a stressor, which is anything challenging or dangerous. Stress is a very fast, drastic change of the state of the body that prioritizes survival. An emergency program that lets the organism push way out of its comfort zone to survive. To understand how stress works in humans, let's visit a scene 50,000 years ago. The superpower awakens. A group of early Homo sapiens are huddled around a fire when suddenly a desperate and starving saber-toothed tiger attacks their camp. Their leader, the bear smasher, jumps up as time slows down. His brain classifies the tiger as a critical stressor and unleashes the stress response. Adrenal glands pump out adrenaline that rushes through Er's body, activating fight or flight mode. His heart starts beating faster and his lungs accelerate, providing an emergency supply of nutrients and oxygen to all critical systems. Adrenaline dictates that his muscles have energy priority over his other organs and activates them for rapid action. Their strength and speed are ramped up. Pain and fatigue signals are muted while his senses become super sharp and lock in on the threat. Perceives every detail with maximum clarity and realizes the tiger is getting ready to pounce.
Nopper. You need deadlines.
There's only a split second to react. Adrenaline forces to make a quick, impulsive decision. Without thinking about it, he chooses to fight and attacks with full force. But the battle is long and arduous. The animal is desperate and will not back down. Our humans risk exhaustion. A new hormone joins the battle, cortisol. Cortisol is the slower, more strategic hormone that manages a longer stress response. It orders a total shift of all body systems, ramping up the fuel supply while suppressing all non-essential functions like resting, disease defense, or digestion. Or's body isn't his own anymore, it belongs to stress.
That's cute.
Finally, Or the Bear Smasher deals the killing blow. The tribe gathers in celebration. Their bodies shut down fight or flight and activate rest and digest. Wounds begin to hurt and muscles cry in exhaustion. It's time to recover and heal, bond, and tell stories about how they...
Very cute story. I ain't seen no saber-toothed tiger that I've had to fight.
Killed the angry tiger god. Some fall asleep, others eat to replenish. The tribe relaxes and homeostasis is being restored. These people are your ancestors. When did this amazing superpower turn into a curse? The deadly email. Our world has changed so quickly and profoundly that our biology couldn't keep up. Stress is still the same it was 50,000 years ago. Sense a stressor, react immediately and with full force, prioritize present moment survival, make sacrifices if necessary. That works well when you have to jump out of the way of a car, but most stressors we encounter nowadays are abstract, acute, and more numerous. Often intangible, persist for much longer, and usually don't even require physical action. The tigers of the past are now angry emails, deadlines, online dating, rush hour traffic, or doom scrolling the news and social media. But our brains are built to take fear very seriously, so if you experience even a short burst of anxiety over an email, or because you scrolled through Twitter, the helping hand of stress springs to action. You can have dozens of these micro-stressors per day.
Hang on.
Hey, it's me, Muddy, coming to you today. Things that are important. Listening on the best blue label is pointed right at your mouth. That is pointed right.
Okay, it could be all the way. It could be away from me.
Constantly activating your stress response, even if you barely notice anymore. While these micro-threats stack up, we also have to deal with bigger stressors like unpaid overtime, angry clients, rising rents, inflation and healthcare, or tariffs and chaos, making our future more uncertain. But the boost we get from stress can also be extremely helpful if you have to study for an exam, run a marathon, or complete a big project. It's a proper superpower and can feel exhilarating, even addictive. So many of us end up abusing it. Especially if you work in a competitive field, you may keep pushing and challenging yourselves and others, relying on stress to get your best performance possible. The problem is that stress was only ever intended to be used in short spurts and critical situations. If it's activated over days, weeks, and months with no release, it becomes chronic stress, one of the deadliest conditions for humans. How chronic stress destroys you. The price of chronic stress is the slow destruction of every part of your body and brain. As the stress cascade is activated over and over, adrenaline and cortisol keep flooding your body. Your fight or flight systems are overactivated, while your rest and digest functions are constantly suppressed. Your muscles tense up for a fight that never comes. Instead, your back, shoulders, and neck scream under the tension, and you get pounding headaches. Your digestive tract cramps and suffers, either holding things in too long or rushing things out. Your fat metabolism is disrupted and starts slowing down fat breakdown, while increasing fat buildup in your belly area.
Yo, it's my boy. I can spot you a mile away. Atlas. Where'd he go? Bro, did he? No, he's still in the game. He's getting bored, trust. He just wants to get this true sun god and he's done. Uncle leave me, Uncle leave me. I gotta get the true sun god. Let me, bro, I've got some good strats. I've learned some stuff this game. Happy. Okay, how's your Christmas? Doing anything? Becky boy. Yeah. The kid is obsessed with it, so gotta do it every day. Gotta get him to Minecraft or something that I can actually, I don't know, get invested in. This is just like care about something for 20 minutes. Oh, he left the game. He's gonna be so mad.
Leave me.
Yo, what
Can
happened?
we do a different map?
Yeah, well, we already got our cash, so you can do something, do a different map.
Fine, can we try on the one with big space? A whole lot of space for my jungle.
Okay. There's the card.
Because, thanks.
Shrouded. Yeah, but the kid has to be able to play it. Oh, this one. Hardcore Minecraft. Oh god, look at these houses. Beautiful.
This is Enshrouded, a game that I've had on my Steam wishlist since mid-2024. I finally played it with the
Yeah, but he's on a iPad.
goal of showcasing a variety of experiences and exploring the map and completing quests and all that
We should
gamery
play
jazz.
this.
But the thing that kept pulling me back into
Magic.
this game wasn't the story or the progression, it was building and renovating houses. Maybe I've watched too many Finance Bro real estate videos, but there's something special about coming across an abandoned house in a video game and actually being able to do something about it. To make this crumbling cottage look like a slightly
Yo.
improved version of a crumbling cottage. What,
You gotta start from scratch.
I never said I was good at this. I discovered this cottage about 5 to 7 hours into my gameplay for this video and decided that it needed to be mine. That I needed to take its hollow, overgrown shell and turn it into a thriving estate. It seemed like it would be an easy
Now, if there was an economic system in this, I would lose it.
project, but, well, it
You get towns to barter in. Come on, please, surely.
took over 20 hours, led me all around the world of Enshrouded, uncovering mysteries, completing quests, and unlocking the materials that I needed to turn this thing into something special.
I mean, it already looks great.
Are you gonna put it on easy and normal and and start the game balloons?
Yep.
I'm playing it.
This map.
Are you-
Sure.
Uncle Amy, are you gonna stop bloom? Make sure to put it on easy.
It
And
is.
normal. Yeah, because remember some good super.
It was an adventure, and it all started with
Because
a
it
little
can
base
go
in the
up to
first
500.
region of the map. I started this
Uncle
experience because
Amy, the
Enshrouded
most
reached out and asked if I'd like to make a sponsored video.
Okay.
I don't know why this I like promote that because
So you want me to do lots of farming so I can give you money?
after once
like
I get some food and grab any money left from to give you it when I lock it. And then I can get food back. So
Sounds
you
good.
can find my food for it. Because I love to and stock of food.
Oh, and as you could probably guess, this video is
My
sponsored by Enshrouded.
How would our soda be my favorite on the soda? Flying fortress and Nightbark of the city.
Okay. What do you think my favorite tower is? I'll give you a hint.
What?
Is that a good hint? Yeah. I love Ice Monkey.
Me too. It's probably gonna be my fourth favorite. It's my fourth favorite.
Ooh.
So it's pretty good. Just my last favorite is probably gonna be the worst tackling.
What's that one?
Worst Paragon in the game is probably Dartmouth. It's like fly.
You reckon? He looks a bit Russian. I like the cut of his jib. Okay. I think sword is gonna hold really well. So we can farm. Start rice farming. Then what is this place? But that sort of can handle cameras. Zolva can handle leads.
I'm already going to banana farming.
Good.
So I can make some money out the soda, so I can get some for me. Uncle Amos, you know, if you go to the button, it actually increases the sell value by a lot, I think.
Does it?
No, it does. I think it makes it like 500 something. I learned that from doing like of sell value.
That's not good.
That's why marketplace is. It cannot have that. Oh, I hope.
We got lads. You got cameras, so we're good.
Okay, I will take care. Take out the care. If I need to, I can get a banana farm again. get a monkey, put him past village to make me money.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Okay,
So we can conserve space.
I'm really just starting the main farm because I have like water down so they can get
Yeah, Sorta's good at holding and letting you build banana farms.
if I'm ever gonna be doing some banana farming, I might get solar because that's the place to make money. He gets lots of stuff in the store to make more of stuff.
The kid needs to fix his goddamn microphone.
I already got a basic place with that.
I don't know.
I'm cleaning.
I don't know which path he's going.
The top, that's the best for making money.
What is?
The top path is the best for making actually going to use research facilities instead.
Why'd you sell them?
I want to get more money.
Okay.
Like a whole bunch of money.
He sells them so often. Triggers the shit out of me. He doesn't really understand that he loses money. It's like 75% return. Triggers the shit out of me, but it's fine, it's fine. He doesn't fucking collect his bananas.
Ready, I'm just gonna get a whole bunch of these down.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Look how much money of my. Oh my god, I already. My god, I have.
Do you want me to look into playing Minecraft together?
I can do that because I don't know if I just have to go in more. Get in. Because it just.
You deleted it, didn't you?
I have to get it back. Get it back. Right.
This shouldn't be too hard.
Oh my god! Oh my big money. We're making faster now. With my increased and then these are gonna be scheduled for like big money.
So I'm gonna set up Minecraft forum. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. And he's gonna beg for mods as soon as we actually get it working.
More money. More money. I am supposed to get it on research facility once you get one.
This is a bank robbery. Give me your money.
Nah.
Yeah.
No.
You've robbed me so many times.
I did that just for me. I do what I want. After I spend on these in research facilities, I'll give you like 40k. Money. Money for that. I want these to be all research facilities.
Okay. He's probably
So
gonna.
sad.
Like the iPad on something.
Yeah,
He lays the
with
fuck
this,
about.
I'm gonna make so much money. After being get research facility, I'm gonna make that factory. And I'll give you some money. There, I send you
Hell
some
yeah,
money.
now we got a crossbow master. We're fine.
Good. Because I'm just gonna pay myself off with already 10,000 again. I'm already back to 10,000.
Really?
Already I'm back to
10,000.
Now I can get another research. Are you ready for two research facilities?
Whoa.
How do you write that? That's why these just do this. Just do this and you can get 10,000 very or 12,000. Much you need. Oh, well, my favorite research facility. Now oh my god!
Farming. Hurry up.
Oh my
Don't have to
god!
keep
I
clicking.
got so much money. Second research.
This is a bank robbery.
No bank robbery. No more bank robbery.
Okay, then you're not gonna bank robbery me.
Fine, I'll send some money too. Give you $40. I'll get my third research. Here's some money. There's some money. When he back up to maybe I went back up to
Okay.
I literally just got down so I can make money.
So you will play Minecraft with me?
What's all of this shit, yeah? Do you have any more? Because if you just find it, the one with
Well,
the
we can
ball.
play Bedrock. No mods.
Shrouded. I planned on doing a standard Let's Play of the earliest parts of the game because I'm boring, but after taking a look at my little house and realizing that I was capable of something more, I went out on an adventure to find a new building spot that was a little more interesting. And that's when I discovered this building and realized that this video could be something much different. There is a lot of potential here.
It's like playing 7 Days to Die and turning some shithole into your new house.
Me. I'm literally just saving up for research facility. The next upgrade.
Okay, and then we're gonna start.
Look how much money I have. Oh yeah, there's not gonna be anything.
I think we finish farming soon, and then we put down strong towers.
I got research facility.
Okay, so you're done farming.
No, I'm not on. First done farming.
When are you gonna stop?
I'm just gonna.
Because there's gonna be DDTs soon. You don't have any towers down.
Oh, I'll get a sample quickly. I'll get it in.
don't have to collect the boxes.
You haven't knocked out? No, I don't.
Here, I mean just look at it. It's cozy and in a scenic and, might I add, rather convenient part of the map.
Okay.
I still have some.
And this handsome fellow right here, who happens to go by the name of Farf, wanted an estate of his own. So I placed down a flame altar and went to work investigating the house and figuring out how I could turn it into something special. As you can see, there was a lot of work to be done. There were piles of rubble around the entire property. There was a massive chunk of the entire second floor balcony.
What you want me to get?
What's going on? My
Okay.
how much? I mean, I'm making up the price. So much. What I want to do is I'm seeing a farm right. Oh, like it's moving fun.
Missing. Everything was overgrown,
money?
inside was a dark, depressing
I'm like-
dungeon, and there were massive holes in
like,
the wall,
why
and so
you
much
want
more.
money?
But there was a glimmer of hope too. Having my own anvil, which allows me to repair all of my weapons and tools for free, was a big plus, and the open space around the house gives me a lot of room to set up farms and places for all of my villagers.
Like, this is a bank robbery, bro.
No bank robbery. Something's coming towards the goal. It gives me going to that Paragon. Where you just hear from me.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
If you don't know, in Enshrouded, you can recruit villagers who follow you around like puppies
Why
and shout
haven't
annoying
you-
stuff at you
you
literally
don't put
24/7
any
and are constantly
I
begging for
was
your
down.
attention, but they do open up more crafting
Why
recipes,
can't
so
you
it makes
not
the
just
trade-off
let me
kind of
just
worth it.
solve
At this point
it?
in the story,
So much money.
I only had a blacksmith, but as I would soon learn, I would need to make
Yep.
a lot of progress on
Amazing.
finding these other villagers before I could even begin to restore this house to its former glory, but we'll get back to that in a second. I started by grabbing all of my stuff from my previous house and bringing it here to the new Farf Manor to keep it all in one place. I didn't have any metal scraps to lockpick the door, and, well, I wanted a door right here, so I threw an
Why
explosive
you
bomb.
just get this some very quick.
Oh, okay.
Not easy. I need to watch it. Right. That's why I wanted it. So I need them money. So bad. My God.
All at it, wreaking havoc on the rest of the house in the process, but at least I have a new door spot. I also cleared out a bit of the rubble around this side of the house and constructed a crude stone wall to fill the gap until something more visually appealing could be built. See, at nighttime, the shroud intensifies and a bunch of scary blue guys.
I'm all robbery.
Yeah, this is a bank robbery.
No, it's not. Oh. No, I can't get anymore. So you ever you ready? And I bet you so much money on this place.
Well, don't you want a Paragon?
I want to look at the Paragon.
I spawn all around here, so I didn't feel like waking up to one of these fellas staring me in the face. As the sun was setting, I added a porch on this side too. I placed some lighting and
Oh, no. We don't have any support tiles now. You down? Get no. Blue gunner.
I said, get a tower down. There's a whole bunch of Bro, we got it before around the house. That's how we get something before we just need multiple. I'm going to let a person pay it. Let's just get close with it. This is so terrible. Because I listened to him video.
Oops.
Oh, come on.
Inside the house because it was way too dark in there, and I patched up the holes from my explosion.
What's your favorite thing to do in Minecraft?
Money, I'm gonna get some money quickly. They're viable. I think both villages.
Murder villagers.
What did you say?
What the villagers do to you?
Oh, I feel like it. I think I'm just gonna get 100 types if we instead of with everyone quickly. So I don't have to there. So I have so much
explosives the best I could. This house was now mine, and little did I know how
material.
much work restoring it would end up being. The entire first dedicated day ended up being a
exactly
cleaning
have to
day.
pay again.
There was stuff literally everywhere, and we would need
The farming going up.
Okay, 48. I'll take that.
40.
Oh, he doesn't even. He's worse.
You get a better because I already I just get literally all you do is put my hand to it and get it and then put on the 1 hours. If I don't do that, I just save my money in my game stuff for my research facility and then just make money.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put money in instead. So I'm just gonna get one.
need a clean slate to bring the Farf Manor to its former glory. So I spent pretty much the entire in-game day destroying all of the old furniture inside and clearing the rubble from the collapsed front porch. It seems like the rubble that fell destroyed the foundation on the bottom of the porch as well, so I went to gather some stone to patch it up with another crude solution until I got access to higher quality stone blocks a bit later in my restoration session. I also wanted to get at least some semblance of a balcony back up because the giant hole wasn't the most visually appealing thing for my aspiring countryside Airbnb. So I also threw up a crude version of that too, and while it
yeah, just if you are like 400 money on it's gonna be a 40 grade.
kind of looked like it was made
Right
by a
now,
5-year-old.
I'm
It did the
Bobby.
job, and I was starting to see a
Have
bit of
a
a vision here. After a good night's sleep, albeit a bit lonely and scared of spiders, because apparently this place is infested with them, I awoke to clean up my prior night's balcony construction to make it line up with the shell of what
Okay.
So that's why I'm just in a farm. Also that like I already have so much money. Oh my god. Yeah,
was
don't
there
don't
before.
don't do anything with my money. I am not gonna give me any money.
Okay.
No bank for it.
This is a
So I
bank
have a whole
robbery.
heap of money. How much is there?
The cool thing about building an Enshrouded is that you can really do whatever you want and you aren't limited to pre-existing structures. Sure, I
got
felt
a
like Squidward trying to make a sculpture as I slowly chiseled away at the balcony block by block, but my work would pay off when I got my first customer at the new estate. After way too long trying to get this balcony to
61,
look pretty, I
and
also
my
made some
game
rough wood
crap.
blocks and laid them out on top to match the flooring with the pre-existing flooring. It seems like the wooden parts of the house are made
This looks like a builder's
My
dream.
guys
out of
don't
a higher
believe
quality
me.
building block that
Wanna play again?
Oh, do you want to take a break?
Play again.
One more?
Yeah. On the same map.
Okay.
Just this time I'm banana farming, not you. Are you gonna send the code?
Yep, here it is.
Thanks. This time I'm banana farming.
that I don't have unlocked yet, and oh boy would unlocking that be an absolute process, but I would have to make do with what I had until that point. And honestly, it doesn't look so bad. The original balcony was flat, but I wanted to take it to the next level and add a bit of texture, so I also added some additional stone walls around the border as well to keep any potential kids from falling to their deaths as soon as we got guests. And we were about to have some because I recruited Oswald Anders, the world's most annoying blacksmith, to join my team. Did I want him here?
The big boobies.
No, not really. Did I build him a hut entirely separated from my previous house because of how irritating he was and how often he got in the way? Yup. But he did have some additional crafting recipes that I would need to continue my adventure, so I brought him along anyways. I also got all the rest of my stuff from my old house, including my crafting station, my other
Let's
items, my
go.
decor, and my furniture.
I'm
I spawned in the
banana
hunter,
farming,
who also had some
not
cool new
you.
crafting recipes for me, and finished making my new bedroom cozy by adding a
I
fireplace.
have a banana
The estate
farmer.
was starting to come together, but, well, I was already getting tired of my storage setup. See, these were normal chests, and they were quite unorganized. I wanted magic chests, because then the crafting menus will automatically pull from whatever I have stored in the chest, no matter where they are. It sounded mad convenient, but I didn't have enough shroud spores to make them. You get shroud spores by diving into the shroud, the more dangerous part of the map that you can only survive in for a limited amount of time and killing enemies.
Okay, the hard
And
mode
conveniently
area.
enough, I lived right next to one of these. So I went in, killed a few enemies, collected some loot, and now it was nighttime and I needed to head back. And this is when the real chaos started. See, at nighttime, the shroud intensifies and the enemies go sicko mode, and tonight they were really not having it. I tried fighting them to continue to get those spores, I died, went back and got my stuff, almost died again,
Bruh.
almost died again. Wow, I am not prepared for this. But I did get enough spores to craft my magic chest in the morning, so great success! For now though, I needed my beauty sleep. It is now the third day of my house restoration adventure, and it was time to get my storage in check. Turns out there's an entire massive basement downstairs, so what better place to store items than in the belly of my new home? I placed down my underwhelming looking magic chest and moved a lot of my crafting materials into it so it could be used from afar. I added some lighting because the basement do be kinda scary, and I spent a good chunk of my morning continuing to organize things and slowly working to get a reasonable amount of light inside the house. But I
Uncle Amy,
realized
can
something.
you get a Sprite factory down?
Eventually.
I was extremely restricted on what I could craft, and I wanted my home to look like it was in keeping with Kardashians, or whatever that show's called. I wanted class and distinction, so I needed to unlock my next annoying villager, the Carpenter. It was time to go out on our first of many, might I add, adventures. The Carpenter was located far in the southeast of the map, and I was more or less in the middle, so it would definitely be a journey. I got geared up, fast traveled a little bit closer by going to my old base, and Mordor was just around the corner. Luckily, I had this sick glider that allows me to save at least 30
what
seconds
is
from every
that?
extremely
Flying
inconvenient
squirrel,
journey I would
motherfucker.
need to go on to get this house in tip-top shape. I used it to launch myself off the nearest mountain and ended up in the midst of the Shroud. I'd need to cross this to get to the Carpenter quest, which would require a lot of fighting. Between my bow and my 2 swords, I should be able to make it. if it wasn't for the fact that my cardio skills were severely lacking. So much so that I decided to run around the shroud instead, fighting my way through a family of wolves and then ending up back in the shroud anyways. The Carpenter was sealed in a vault that I needed to go through some more shroud to get to, and since I was a bit underleveled, the experience of getting in to rescue him was a bit of a drag. I almost died a few times, but with my array of weapons and berries, I eventually found where I needed to mine through the wall in order to get into the vault, ran in circles and tried not to die from the Grim Reaper thing, and let out my new handsome roommate, Cade Hawthorne. And just like that, I now have 3 residents. But I don't let them inside because they smell bad, so they gotta stand out here in the field every waking moment of every day. Sorry guys. I do finally have the start of some new recipes though, including a toilet, a bed, and some other furniture that looks like it was handcrafted by my 9-year-old little brother. Maybe Cade is a bit washed up from being in the vault for so long. I'd need to help him with some quests in order to unlock what I truly needed. Guess Cade is gonna have to live in the house with me. He mentioned how I needed to loot some queen's dead body, which would presumably unlock more building materials and furniture, so I would get to that in a bit, along with another quest that he gave me about some lost equipment. For now, might as well take advantage of what he has, like a stone fireplace and a nice door to make the place feel protected from the smell of the blacksmith lingering outside.
Yubi. Are we winning?
Yeah. I'm literally just sitting the farming, just making some money for some to gamble.
Hell yeah.
why I don't live a whole. And I'm not writing them because I can make more money but then once I get to it. But I want to wait this guy means as my ability. Then somebody knocked down the tower.
I also put a door on the front so I didn't have to go around every time I wanted to get inside. I put a second workbench and a drying station for furs inside the main room, and I hung a beautiful chandelier from the ceiling to tie it all together. I was really starting to see the vision here, and I was excited for what this house could become.
ibintu byihorere papa.
I'm living in that 21st century, doing something mean to it. Do it better than anybody you ever seen. Do it. Screams from the haters, got a nice ring to it. I guess every superhero needs theme music.
Oh yeah.
I'm this time thing is getting money over and delicious. I can get some research facility. So what you can sell it, you get commercial, then without you get research.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a what mode are we playing?
Standard.
What difficult mode playing?
Oh, normal.
Then why doesn't research facility what's going on? And it's literally going off.
Because
Restart.
okay.
This time. This time you can do some do a banana farming. Actually, I'm gonna.
You've been on a farm.
But it's provocative. No, it's not. It gets the people going.
Now I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke. Get down, girl, gon' head, get down. Get down, girl, gon' head, get down. Get down, girl, gon' head, get down.
Oh yeah.
Get down, girl, gon' head. Cutie the bomb, met her at a beauty salon with a baby Louis Vuitton under her underarm. Rolly, I got two of those. Arm out the window through the city. I maneuver slow. Cut back, snap back, see me cut through the hole. Damn, Easy and Hov, where the hell you been? Niggas talking about reckless stuff, man. I adopted these niggas, put them coming in. Now I'm about to make them tuck their whole summer in. They say I'm crazy when I'm about to go dumb again. They ain't see me cause I pulled up in my other bins. Last week I was in my other bins. Oh, your diamonds up, cause we in this bitch another again. Photo shoot fresh, looking like wealth. I'm about to call a paparazzi on myself. Live from the Mercer. Run up on Yeezy the wrong way, I might murk it. Flee in the G450, I might surface. Political refugee asylum can be purchased. Everything's for sale. Got 5 passports, I'm never going to jail. I made Jesus walks, I'm never going to hell. Couture level flow is never going on sale. Luxury rap, the Hermes of verses. Sophisticated ignorance, write my curses in cursive. I get it custom. You a customer, you ain't custom to going through customs. You ain't been nowhere, huh? And all the ladies in the house got them showing out. I'm done, I hit you up, man, nah. Welcome to Havana, smoking Cubanos with Castro and Cabanas. Via Mexico, Cubano, Dominicano, all the plugs that I know. Driving Benzes with no benefits, not bad, huh? For some immigrants, build your fences, we digging tunnels. Can't you see we getting money up under you? Can't you see the private jets flying over you? Maybach bumper stickery, what we're overdue? Jay is chillin', Yay is chillin'. What more can I say? We killing them. Hold up, before we end this campaign. As you can see, we embodied the damn lames. Lord, please let them accept the things that can't change. And pray that all of their pain be champagne.
Okay, Lamborghini Mercy,
Yo, chick, she so thirsty. I'm in that 2C Lambo with your girl, she tryna jerk. Okay, Lamborghini Mercy. Yo, chick, she so thirsty. I'm in that 2C Lambo with your girl, she tryna jerk me. Okay, Lamborghini Mercy. Yo, chick, she so thirsty. I'm in that 2C Lambo with your girl, she tryna jerk me. Okay, Lamborghini Mercy. Yo, chick, she so thirsty. I'm in that 2C Lambo with your girl, she tryna jerk me.
Okay. Drop it to the floor, make that ass shake. Whoa, make the ground move, that's an ass quake. Built a house up on that ass, that's an ass state. Roll my weed on it, that's an ass trait. Say yay, don't we do this every day? I worked them long nights to get a payday. Finally got paid, now I need shade and a vacate. And niggas still hating, so much hate, I need a AK. Now we out in Perry, yeah, I'm Perrier. White girls politicking, that's that Sarah Palin. Getting hot, Californicating. I give her that D, cause that's why I was born and raised in.
Okay, Lamborghini Mercy. Yo, chick, she so thirsty. I'm in that 2C Lambo with your girl, she tryna jerk. Okay, Lamborghini Mercy. Yo, chick, she so thirsty.
Yeah.
You gotta put down some towels, man.
We at war. We at war with terrorism, racism, but most of all, we at war with ourselves. God, show me the way because the devil's trying to break me down. You know what the Midwest is? Young and restless, or restless. Might snatch your necklace, and next these might jack your Lexus. Somebody tell these who Kanye West is. I walk through the valley of the shadow where death is. Top floor, if you alone and leave you breathless. Try to catch it, it's kinda hard getting choked by the Texas. Yeah, and I check the method. They be asking us questions, harass and arrest us, saying we eat pieces of like you for breakfast, huh? Y'all eat pieces of what's the basis? We ain't going nowhere but got suits and cases. A trunk full of rental car from Avis. My mama used to say only Jesus could save us. Well, mama, I know I act the fool, but I'll be gone to November. I got to move. I hope God show me the way because the devil's trying to break me down. The only thing that I pray is that my feet don't fail me now.
What's up? Yeah, I'm saving up. And then banana farm forever, okay? Few more rounds.
That's what and we need animals.
And I don't think there's nothing I could do now to right my wrongs.
There you go. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Now let me hear you say, wayo. Wayo.
Oh, wayo.
What about woo yeah?
No.
What about 6, 7?
No.
What about 420 blazer?
I wanna talk to God, but I'm
You're just a hater, bro.
I did not know you would have.
The only thing that I pray is that my feet don't fail me now.
Keep going.
Yeah. Remember, this is the last game, though. Can you sell that top banana farm so you can put down
Oh,
your...
I need it for money.
That's where you're gonna put your super monkey, no?
I will get it when I'm enough.
And I don't think there's nothing I can do now to right my wrongs. I wanna talk to God, but I'm afraid cause we ain't spoken so long. So long. So long. To the hustlers, killers, murderers, drug dealers, even the scribblers. To the victims of welfare, feel we
Remember to get middle path in your super monkey.
living in hell here.
So I don't go to car.
You need the extra range so you can sacrifice more.
I can sacrifice some towers and everything. I sacrifice it.
It makes the super monkey stronger
Anyway.
because he loses the bottom path stats that you get from it.
Think we rappers as role models, we rap, we don't think. I ain't here to argue about his facial features or here to convert atheists into believers. I'm just trying to say the way school need teachers, the way Catholic needed Regis, that's the way I need Jesus. So here go my single, dog, radio needs this. They say you can rap about anything except for Jesus. That means gun, sex, lies, videotape. But if I talk about God, my record won't get played, huh? Well, if this take away from my spins, which will probably take away from my ends, then I hope it take away from my sins and bring the day that I'm dreaming about. Next time I'm in the club, everybody screaming out. God, show me the way because the devil's trying to break me down. The only thing that I pray.
Nobody said that you should say that. Okay, again, I don't know how much time to say this to you.
Like 20 times, I just got to get a whole gap session out.
Maybe you need to fucking know the dose of your violence.
You are going to be able to respond, Destiny. You are going to be able to respond uninterrupted, to be clear.
A reasonable person will say, hey, yeah, I turn this over to the police because potentially evidence of child sex.
Let me know, Wick. Let me know as soon as.
For fuck's sake.
Cells become less responsive to insulin, increasing your risk of metabolic diseases. Your heart keeps pounding, eager to supply your body with fuel, but your blood vessels aren't built for this constant overactivation and get destroyed in the process, massively increasing your risk of a heart attack or stroke. Your immune system gets weaker and stronger at the same time, in a way that causes maximum damage to you. The parts that protect you from disease are suppressed because who cares about a cold if you have to fight a tiger? This increases your risk of infections, cancer, and autoimmune diseases. Meanwhile, cells that cause inflammation for wound healing are massively boosted, inflaming your tissue all over. Your brain gets rewired to serve stress. Perceiving an ongoing critical emergency, it slows down calm reflection and thinking, instead favoring quick and rapid reactions. You literally get worse at thinking clearly and lose wisdom points. You're much more likely to make bad, impulsive decisions like breaking up, eating junk food, or using drugs. You become worse at solving your problems while creating new ones. Under chronic stress, you're simply a worse version of yourself. If this persists, your memory and cognitive abilities get worse as you slide into anxiety and depression. So your chances of getting out of a stressful situation in the modern world worsen the longer you're chronically stressed. A hellish, vicious circle. If you can't escape it, odds are that you may die earlier and suffer greatly along the way. How to use stress as intended. Stress can be your friend. In measured doses, acute stress enables you to conquer mountains and push beyond your comfort zone, helps you to improve your skills and grow as a person. And it can make it feel amazing to perform at your very best. But to get the good without the bad, it's critical that you properly wind down your fight or flight response and relax. Listen to your body. If you feel stressed, you are stressed, full stop. There's no universal threshold you have to reach before you're allowed to do something about it. Next, ask yourself, is your stress response productive in your situation, and is there an end in sight? If you're studying for exams or moving house, stress is a superpower, helping you unlock your full potential. But your health needs breaks from fight or flight mode, be it meeting friends, working out, or going for a walk in nature. Relaxation is not being lazy. This is serious self-care. If you relax actively and regularly, you'll keep stress from claiming a price on your body and mind and still be able to use its power. If you can't do this at the moment, plan active relaxation time as soon as you can, without this stressing you out. Okay, but what if you suffer from constant unhelpful stress? You can't control your body's stress response, but you can influence it. As annoying as this is, mindfulness, like meditation or yoga, is scientifically proven to take the edge off stressful situations.
Did you miss school? No.
Put in playing game mode because it for the 100,000.
And to tell your brain that this email is not a deadly tiger. But the single most effective way to remove stress from your life is to remove the stressor itself. Become your own personal assistant and assess where tiny bursts of stress are coming from during your day. Do you feel stressed when you doom scroll? Social media doesn't show us what we want, but what makes us engage. And negative emotions make us engage the most. So simply getting rid of the apps or unfollowing stressful people can actually remove a lot of stress from your life. Especially with the really big problems, removing the stressor is extremely effective. If you live in a dangerous neighborhood, move. If you're bullied at school, see if you can change your environment. While this is drastic advice and may not be easy, it will have the biggest impact on your chronic stress levels. So think about what you can change in the midterm. Of course, there are situations where you can't just eliminate the stressor or meditate the chronic stress away. If your brain is stuck in stress mode for too long, it will get worse and worse at solving problems. You may not be able to think clearly to get out of your situation. In these cases, the most powerful move is to ask for help. Open up to friends or family, or get professional help. An extra pair of hands can make a huge difference. In the end, life will throw stressors your way. This is unavoidable, and that's okay. Stress is your superpower. Use it. But never forget to get to the other side of it.
Did Russia ban Roblox? You know, that kids game that they're always playing on the computer. Well, before we get into this, I want to set the stage here. When people talk about censorship in Russia, they usually focus on journalists or opposition politicians or social media platforms like Twitter or YouTube. But this story isn't about adults. It's about kids. It's about the monetization of censorship in some ways. Russia just banned Roblox, a children's game, and their official justification is the usual grab bag: extremism, morality, protecting Russian youth from dangerous Western influence. But actually what happened next is far more interesting than the ban itself. Because when the state tried to shut down a digital space where millions of Russian kids socialize, build things, and express themselves, it accidentally revealed how little control Russia actually has over the next generation. This breakdown comes from Russian-American journalist Ksenia Terekova. She's a real journalist. I'm just an intel guy. She does some excellent work documenting censorship, propaganda, generational pushback that actually plays out inside of Russia. Her analysis really isn't about Roblox. It's about power, culture, and what resistance looks like when it comes from people who grow up online. So let me have Ksenia explain.
They banned it in Russia. This phrase has practically become a meme. Type it into Google and you'll find dozens of headlines that start exactly this way. Almost every day the authorities ban or try to ban something new. Now this formula has reached children's games. Officially it's about extremism and morality. The state says it wants to protect children and shield them from dangerous Western influence, but instead it has exposed how little control it actually has over this generation. Roblox was blocked for allegedly justifying extremism and terrorism and for LGBT content that supposedly corrupts Russian children and violates Russian law. After the ban, the Kremlin had to admit there was a flood of complaints from kids. A civic chamber official, Vladislav Grib, rushed out with a solution. We urgently need our own analog of Roblox. A sovereign platform offered every time something global is switched off. On paper, it sounds like care. In reality, it looks like this. First, the state takes away a real living platform where millions of kids actually spend time. Then it promises to someday build a clumsy copy with budget money, just like it's already tried with Russian games, engines, and consoles. So what do the children do? For them, Roblox is not an extremist threat. It's a daily social space, games, chats, worlds they build for each other. And when access disappeared, the first reaction was anger and confusion. But very quickly it turned into memes and then into something more. A new ritual appeared, a funeral for Roblox. It spread through schools and TikTok videos. A Moscow parent describes it like this. Her third grade daughter comes home and says, "Today we had a funeral for Roblox at school. Not just one class, several. On the board they wrote Roblox, rest in peace, and the date. Underneath, their usernames from the game. Fingerprints instead of signatures. Below the board, an old broken chair. On it, a paper grave decorated with flowers and notes. It looks like a children's game, but in fact, it's a small political performance. The state declares Roblox dangerous and erases it. Children respond with a parody funeral. Political analyst Ivan Preobrazhensky says this is only the beginning. Almost no one expected Russian children to politicize this fast. Protest marches are no longer happening in city squares. They're happening on YouTube and TikTok, generated by kids themselves with AI, with banners, chants, and free Roblox slogans. Half ironic, half serious.
Под Новый год РБ запрет. Зачем так делать, блин? Мы задаем РКН вопрос. Почему ты удалил РБ? И почему же тебя хотят все? Попробуй угадай. А не надо было ставить нам любимый Roblox запрет.
Complaints are sent everywhere, even to Putin. The word Roskomnadzor itself has become a meme, the agency that blocked Roblox, mocked in shorts, reels, jokes, rhymes, and sketches. Another popular joke, I'll move to Belarus. Roblox is allowed there. For the regime that has spent years calling immigration treason, hearing school kids joke about escaping to Belarus for Roblox is a warning sign. Even Ekaterina Mezulina, usually an advocate of harsher censorship, is now warning that this ban is dangerous. Instead of protecting children, it's turning them against the system. The issue has already, as I said, reached Putin's level. Ivan Preobrazhensky reminds us of how not long ago Putin attacked quadrobears, another youth trend framed as a moral threat. Propaganda screamed. Putin personally stepped in, and then nothing. They backed off. Maybe Preobrazhensky suggests they were afraid of how children would
I'm
react.
loving this strat.
Social anthropologist Alexandra Arkhipova
harmonic
notes that
on the
bands like this teach kids symbolic collective resistance. They don't go to rallies, they stage parodic rituals, simple, replicable, viral. The Roblox funeral is a perfect format, minimal resources, maximum reach. Chalk, chair,
Sniff, sniff. I
paper,
can't do
and the
sniff, sniff
message. We
sound.
see what you are doing, and we
Yeah.
can turn it into a joke. Meanwhile, adults and older gamers are mocking not only the ban, but the idea of a sovereign Roblox. Russia's sovereign gaming projects already have a track record. For example, the patriotic game Smuta, based on historical
Smuta?
events, made with nearly 500 million rubles in state funding, was slammed even by loyalists for its terrible quality. The Domestic Now engine never took off. Studios stuck with Unity and Unreal. The company is now being liquidated. The sovereign game consoles, promoted as alternatives to PlayStation and Nintendo, turned out to be little more than Chinese devices with Russian letters or overpriced clones of cheap mini PCs. So when officials promise
Right.
our own Roblox, the reaction online is not gratitude but sarcasm.
Done with that. Moving on. Actually, let's see if Dota's. Okay, good. I gotta play some Dota.
People remember Smuta, now
Smuta?
engine, fake consoles, and imagine a laggy, expensive patriotic Roblox clone that no one wants. This gap between glossy rhetoric and pathetic reality only reinforces one thing: the state doesn't understand digital culture. It only knows how to ban and how to copy
That's a
badly. The
fucking
Roblox
great point.
ban shows a regime trying.
It's because they can't. They have to live in the past. They lose. Because internet, this is an unbelievably massive boost to freedom. And when you get free, when you more free, start hating on the systems around you that oppress you. I mean, Russia, China, fucking shithole, authoritarian despot.
To rule the digital lives of children with the tools of TV censorship. Young people respond with mockery, flash mobs, and rituals, learning collective resistance almost instinctively. And every promise of a sovereign Roblox looks less like care for children and more like an attempt to monetize censorship through state-funded failures. So this story
Failures.
is not really about Roblox. It's about it's about The Gap, a state that still speaks to young people in the language of television bans, moral panic, and prohibitions, and a generation that lives in memes, irony, and shared digital rituals.
I don't know how important the irony is.
Putin and the system around him still don't know how to talk to this audience. They know how to scare, how to ban, how to lecture, but not how to communicate. And every attempt to impose control only makes that gap wider. And now comes the latest twist. Officials are already talking about possibly backing up, possibly unbanning Roblox, formally through negotiations and technical discussions. But who knows? Maybe someone in power suddenly realized that even children's protests, when they spread fast enough, can be politically uncomfortable. For these kids, propaganda doesn't arrive as.
And you gotta keep the pressure on. Fuck these commie bastards.
Truth. It arrives as content, and content can be mocked, remixed, and turned into a joke. That doesn't look like loyalty, but it doesn't look like fear either.
That was Ksenia Terekova. If you want more genuine reporting like this from inside the Russian information space, not filtered through Kremlin talking points, absolutely follow Ksenia Terekova. I'll put a link to her channel below and her social media in the description. She covers how propaganda actually functions day to day inside Russia, how censorship backfires, how the younger generation and authoritarian systems clash and adapt faster than people who try to control them. That's kind of the real takeaway here. This isn't a fight over a video game. This was a stress test of the system. And the Kremlin just learned that kids with memes, irony, shared digital rituals are a lot harder to manage than people watching state TV. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Ron Macbeth.
Share our love of young nubile women, but he's president of the United States, and we're in here, being punished. Is that not wild as shit? Is that not changing your calculation for the Epstein files?
What is the calculation that's changing? What's the claim you're making?
10 seconds remaining.
Well, I thought I've heard that in several streams, which I
Or no, I know my claims, but I'm curious what your claim is. I'm just curious what the big, because there's a couple of big. Well, actually, let me back up and let's just start here. First, can you assure me that you care about this conversation ethically? I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. My bad. I'm done. Hold on. Stop.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. I'm stop. No. So there's some big claims. So like
Tiny.
the claims
Did you Pisco me?
Yeah,
Was
I
that
did.
the Pisco me?
Sorry, yeah. The claims go anywhere from there was like the biggest one is like there's a huge blackmail pedo ring where billionaires and politicians are brought in, made to fuck
Blackmail?
kids so that they're on the blackmail list and blah blah blah. And then this extends to like all
race got to
politicians,
do with
celebrities,
it?
whatever else. And then there's like the middle claim of like Epstein had some men that were coming over and he was like providing underage women for them to fuck, and Donald Trump might have been one of these people. And then there's just like Epstein was. Well, no, that's the strong one, and then kind of like the medium or weak one, I think. Yeah. And I don't really think there's evidence for either of those. But I understand maybe your view is moved at least on the weaker one, if not on the stronger one. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so my opinion, I think the weaker one is pretty decently substantiated at this point. I mean, I have a mind map that I could show you if you would ever be interested in it. Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, using modeling agencies to recruit young girls from, flyover states in order to go participate in modeling gigs, party after that, and then those parties turning into orgies, and then to sleep with rich and powerful.
Is we're on that back on the last one or whatever, and I really two things. So one, I view this as relatively apolitical. I think you do too, right? Like if I know you do, right? If conservatives or liberals were part of this, like we would agree that it's bad no matter what, right?
Yeah, anybody who's engaged in underage sex trafficking should be It doesn't matter if they're a Democrat or.
True, and people should never provide cover for those people either. Just kidding. Sorry, no, I'm not kidding. Okay, so there's that part, and then also I know that some people have very, very, very strong opinions on this. I don't think I've seen like strong evidence for it, but I'm not like super attached to anything one way or another. I swear to God. Okay, so if new stuff comes out or there's stuff I've missed, which there could be, then I'm like, oh, okay, whichever way. Okay, I'm just putting that out there. I'm not like married to a position on this. So I'm just saying that to ask that last part. You said that there was like a modeling agency where people are being drafted to go to parties, and then at the parties, those girls are being encouraged to like fuck wealthy people. Is this a thing that has been like super substantiated, or is this a thing that's showing up in like complaints and civil suits? Not to say that makes it false, but just that it's like just a kind of an allegation that we don't really have any proof for yet.
Complaints, civil suits, and victim testimony. That's the evidence.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
And sorry, continuing with the theorizing, and you can poke holes in the evidence if you want. But so for instance, like Katie Collins is one of the people who described in detail like the recruitment and grooming process. She's one of the girls from a flyover state that was allegedly recruited into the sex trafficking ring. She also
wait,
like,
real quick, just to be clear, this is not
honestly,
the reporter person, right? This is a different girl.
No, this is a alleged victim.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
And so, according to this alleged victim, and who knows what's hyperbole, who knows what's true, who knows what's real, you know, we really just have the testimony. But according to her, you know, what would happen, and she said that she voluntarily went to these events, being flown out multiple times, and this is kind of where it gets, like, grooming to me, is that she was, like, 14 or 15 at the time of recruitment. She was being flown out for real modeling jobs where she was actually getting paid to do work. And then once it was done, that's where things got kind of like, you go to the party, and then there's just the social pressure to drink underage, party underage, do coke, hang out with these rich and powerful people, rub elbows, and then effectively you're kind of told like the future
Not a bad
of
gig.
your career is reliant on
What are they complaining
being
about?
amenable to this orgiastic party scene.
Ooh, okay.
Well, and so, I mean, regardless of whether or not we have, like, really strong evidence, I mean, that does sound like if you were going to do this, that's how you would do it.
Sure.
And this also seems to be corroborated by other victim testimony. This also seems to be corroborated by, for instance, some of the details released today was that there was a
How's
party
Spotline
that
going?
went to in Mar-a-Lago. She went to Jeffrey Epstein's house first, and and then people were going to be moving to Mar-a-Lago, and one of her friends stopped her and was basically like, hey, we can't go to that party because that party is for girls who are interested in participating in an orgy.
So there's three really difficult topics here to disentangle, and depending on people's perspectives, they're going to want to acknowledge some or not acknowledge some, and that makes it really hard to navigate this particular story. So from in no particular order. So the first one would be like grooming women explicitly for like pedophilic purposes. This is I think we all agree this would be a bad thing. Or any minor, you know, like under 18, regardless, right? This is not a good thing. 2 and 3 are going to be weird. So for 2, you ever watch House? My goated show. Wait, hello?
No, I'm still here. I was listening.
Oh, do you ever watch House, the TV show?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. There is a.
Why are you picking it up?
I just
You
use
dumb
that as a
bastard.
reference for like pop culture stuff sometimes. So, men, it's a relatively recent phenomenon, maybe in the last 20 years, where we've like kind of said it's like
Missing
really
top.
not acceptable to be talking about how like hot and fuckable like 15 and 16-year-olds are. So it doesn't surprise me at all if people were saying, I don't know if they would have. No, it wouldn't surprise me at all if like 30 years ago, like people were talking about like when they say young and nubile, they don't necessarily mean like 18, 19. They could mean 14, 15, 16. And back then they might have even been like open about it. Not to say that doesn't make it acceptable. Obviously that's not good. So there's that at play, that like it was more socially okay for men to be creepy as fuck to younger women. And then the third thing is that an unfortunate reality that probably persists to this day, maybe not quite as strong, is that if you're an attractive woman and you're working in a field with a lot of men that are kind of like operating in that field, especially in more managerial roles, you're almost, I don't want to say you're expected to fuck them, but it's like almost always going to be like this thing that is always hanging over you, sometimes for a career advancement. So I guess all that to say, it wouldn't surprise me if a thing like this like existed in practice. I don't necessarily know if it would have been like Epstein is like, I'm gonna recruit minors because I want to fuck some kids or whatever, but more so that like I'm recruiting girls of all ages. I know these girls when they go to these parties and they want to advance, like they're gonna be fucking, and I could set up, you know, friends or whatever might want to come here. Like, yeah, that like on its face, that's all like pretty believable to me. Yeah. Not that any of it's okay. I'm not saying that's okay. It's really bad. It's really gross. And even today, if it's isn't form, yeah, not good. Yeah.
But so here's where the rubber hits the road for me, because they, even if let's say that the cultural taboos around late teenage girls were different in the 80s and 90s than it was in the 2000s, and let's say that male sexual aggression was also viewed differently in the 80s and 90s. Okay, I think that's like, descriptively, you could just look at pop media and see that that's true. I think in the 60s and 70s, an example that somebody brought up was that Richard Pryor apparently had jokes about Spanish fly, which was like a drug that you put in a woman's drink to, you know, basically, I would say we would understand it as rape in the modern context, but apparently just like drugging women so they were out of their minds was just a thing at the time, I guess.
Weren't there jokes on like the Cosby shows, like even related to like Quaaludes and shit? Am I making this up? Like, yeah.
Well, that's what Bill Cosby was accused of. He was accused of using Rofinol.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I know that he was accused of it, but I think that there were even like jokes about like, oh, you know, I put this in mom's drink and she gets a little woozy or whatever. Like, I like it's kind of fucking crazy / disgusting / insane at kind of what was acceptable, and to some extent even today for what women are just have to deal with in terms of like male sexuality. But yeah.
But where the rubber hits the road for me is that these people knowingly engaged in like criminal behavior, and what I mean by that is Alan Dershowitz in 1997 wrote an op-ed about why he thinks the age of consent should be dropped to 15, which basically just shows that he knew that the age of consent was 15.
Yo, what's up, Ska?
Some of the photos that have been released in the past 24
Oh, yeah. Break my fucking tether. Woo, yeah.
Right.
Woo.
From the book on allegedly an underage.
Sure.
So I mean, there's no world. We could say that. Like,
I mean, we know that Epstein was like willing to have sex with underage people, right? Below the age of 18. I don't know how low, but we know that, right? That's like beyond fucking
well,
years.
and the allegations go as low as 13, but it seems like there's like a threshold there. Although we also have testimony, maybe not testimony is the wrong word, but we have statements from Pam Bondi that he was engaged in like younger CSAM material. Like he possessed pre-adolescent CSAM material. I think there's a quote into that effect.
Sure.
But
I would say I would trust whatever was in the indictments, whatever was convicted of. I wouldn't trust anything fucking Pam Bondi says. But it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case, sure.
Well, right, but at some
to
point,
this Epstein shit.
When, as an example, we have Alex Acosta allegedly flubbing up and saying that he never read. This is the prosecuting attorney.
Oh, he better have fucking read it.
For the federal district that was responsible for the original Sweetheart deal, that he never actually read the 40 sworn written affidavits from the victim. I think at one point he flubbed and he said like, oh, well, part of the reason why we prosecuted the way that he did is because allegedly he had intel ties. Then we have the Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, in photographs, partying with Epstein, hanging out with Epstein, socializing with Epstein. When we have Virginia Giuffre saying that she had sex with Prime Minister Ehud Barak. When we have allegedly Mossad agents
I don't think that's enough.
Epstein's properties for operations, like at what point do we say, oh yeah, there's enough smoke here for fire?
Good question. I think that I feel like you and me approach these things in a very different way, so I don't know if we're ever gonna see eye to eye on these. But I would need something stronger linking these things, just because the guy was so wealthy and so influential. Well, maybe not influential, but definitely wealthy. I'm sure this guy talked with fucking everybody.
More than just victims. victims.
So I don't
We have
know
no
if
idea
I
if
would say
it's-
that like, are you basically saying that there was like a broader, like Israel intelligence?
There's a lot of clout in being raped by Epstein right now. Let's remove that clout, and we can see a little bit more clearly.
Involved conspiracy to keep this guy out of jail or something? Is that?
Potentially, or he just flexed nuts that like, oh, well, I have all this compromising material on a whole bunch of powerful people, and we wouldn't want that to go anywhere, would we? And, you know, maybe Mossad or CIA vouched for that.
I feel like the biggest thing that the hardest part for me to get over is why was he ever arrested and put in prison if that was the case? I've never understood that.
Because if it was so egregious and the feds didn't take action, the state probably would have. Palm
Well,
Beach
running
County
around
Sheriff's
those-
Office basically said, like, we are horrified by the deal that the feds have negotiated, and you know that basically they took it off of our hands.
I understand what you're
Like, the
saying,
state-
but
the
you're
state of
talking
Florida
about
could've totally approached
like
it differently.
yeah, but you're talking about like the most powerful blackmail in the world wouldn't be able to make like a stake.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Bro, how old are you guys? You fucking children. Just play the game.
Case go away. Like this is some real like
Well,
renegade
this is where
agent.
I
Like
love our
I'm going
system.
off the grid and I'm really going after this guy. I don't care what the feds say. Like LAPD is taking care of this one. Like it's not impossible, I guess, but it's.
These guys have no idea what they're doing. Just need to turn the fight. Come on. Come on, please. There's shit items to farm with this as well.
Your middle tower has been denied.
Fuck away from me. Don't even talk to me, bitch. TP spot. They need evil eye that tethers to an enemy. Now that would be fucking keener. There's literally nothing to do. The team doesn't want to fight. Two of them are fucking salty over Oscar wanting to farm. And they can't do anything.
Your top tower is under attack.
I mean, they need a You gotta play by themselves and let Husk off on. Why don't we just run down? Oh. I mean, that team is canceled.
Your top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen.
You guys are pussies, though.
Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
I'm not standing in fucking fountain.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
Well, but this is where I like our system. So for instance, in the state of Florida, something that we were told when we were going through the police academy is that the state police specifically are hired and trained to arrest local cops. So
Thanks,
if
everyone,
you're
pussies.
a local cop and you do domestic violence
It's not
battery,
giving
or
up,
you get a DUI,
right?
or you get a traffic ticket, or you get into a bar fight, or something like that,
Sure.
you better pray that it's like, let's say you commit a crime. You better pray that it's somebody from like the local jurisdiction who is friends with your chief who will help you sweep it. Because if a state police shows up, the state police are effectively trained to fuck everyone, including state attorneys, including prosecutors, including cops, because they view it as a viable anti-corruption measure.
They need giving up. If you can't FF, you need giving up. Only likes Naruto. No wonder he's a child. Everything's easier. The Magnus. He didn't exactly give up. He gets a pass. Oscar gave up, but he's on the level as Magnus.
To keep the state police separate and not to have them be part of the thin blue line.
Yeah, that makes
I
sense,
think
right?
It's entirely possible that state authorities wouldn't sweep for a federal crime.
But you're talking about that goes the other way there, right? Like, it wouldn't surprise me that state authorities get that type of training because local police dealing with local police is always going to be kind of like a weird conflict of interest. So you want the higher entity to deal with it. But like state police wrestling something away from federal police, it's not impossible, I guess.
No, I think it's unlikely. That's probably why PDSO, Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, that's probably why they didn't do it, is because it went up to the feds, and it's up to the feds to figure out what they're doing. And
the local authorities should have, like, fucked up, man.
The feds figured it out, and they wanted to keep their jobs, so they made a little bit of noise about it, but they didn't make that much noise about it because technically it's not their responsibility anymore.
Sure.
So
yeah, go ahead.
But that's kind of my point, is that like we have the sworn written testimony of 40 victims for the federal case from Alex Acosta.
Why do we have Ruskies
We have Alex
here?
Acosta. What is it? He had like a 1.5-year prison sentence with work release where he was able to go to his job. Then Alex Acosta, somebody would have to look up the exact appointment that he got, but as a part of the Trump administration, he got an appointment. And I think it was like Department of Transportation or something.
Or
like
Department
that.
of Labor,
And
yeah.
then-
Those were really dumb, yeah.
And then he ultimately had to resign.
Suka blade. Oh, I had to. Or who the fuck Instalock supports? This is my thing. Glitches are
10 seconds
pretty
remaining.
good offline.
Because of the pressure, because of the public pressure.
Wait, did he?
And then
Wait.
not just that,
He resigned because of that? Is that really true?
he resigned. How quickly did he resign? He only resigned a few months into his job.
But why would he have? How would he have survived appointment? I don't know if he. No, I think he was Secretary of Labor for 2 years.
I mean, I would have to look it up in order to get the exact details. But I remember.
Oh no! Following
that guy
Jeffrey Epstein's
effectively
arrest in July of
continually
2019
fielding-
on sex trafficking charges, Alex Acosta faced fresh calls for resign. Okay, it was after he was arrested again. So okay, so it was 2 years, but it was after Epstein was arrested again. Then he resigned. Okay, gotcha.
Well.
Prepare for battle.
Fucking Ruskies, man.
30 seconds to battle.
Well,
Well,
so
GG.
Alex Acosta, but also the other thing that I find weird or creepy is we have these communications between Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein, where apparently once he was dismissed from the Trump campaign and no longer as good at Boys with Trump, he got hired or accepted a job or suggested a job for Jeffrey Epstein of, hey, let's try to rehabilitate your image. And allegedly, that's where, these photos are coming from, where Steve Bannon is hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. But one of their communications and text messages was like, hey, you were the guy that I was worried about most during the campaign, potentially tanking the Trump administration.
Oh, I think
and
I
when
saw
Jeffrey
these a while
Epstein
ago,
texts
yeah.
back, he's like, yeah, I was the guy. I could have.
Sure. This is like the world's best kept secret, though, if this is the case. I feel like there would be...
Why would it be the world's best kept secret if we've already kind of known about it for 20 or 30 years? What are we talking
That
about?
Trump was fucking kids?
Well, to be clear, you said that he's, well, and we're being descriptive here. I'm not assigning moral weight, all right?
Well, no. Wait, hold on, wait. Just to reclose a quick thing. Fucking kids is bad. We both agree with that, right? Just as, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But I think that what you said earlier is descriptively true, which late teenagers in the 80s, 90s, and 1000s and male predatory sexual behavior
was a lot more normalized.
differently.
Yeah.
Was culturally different. So even if it was illegal, it was perceived differently. So I don't think that when Jeffrey Epstein was throwing these parties or whatever, that everybody was going to the parties and they're like, ha ha, we're a bunch of pedophiles, ha, you know? Like they were probably thinking like, oh, I'm going to party with a bunch of attractive models and we're doing
Yeah.
drugs and we're doing
So
XYZ,
real
ABC.
quick. So while that's possible, and this is one of the reasons why I don't like necessarily.
Sorry, 1 second. I gotta mute myself.
Okay. Fine.
I got a universal.
Sorry, need to talk to the wife for a second. So,
Yeah, you're good.
So,
Oh,
so
real
anyways,
quick,
the
I was
cultural
saying-
perception
I
might
was
have been
saying
different,
real
even
quick,
if the
real quick.
legality was the same.
The reason why I don't like the wild goose trails, horse trails. What's the word I'm looking for? Goose hunts. Wait, what the fuck is the phrase I'm thinking of? I'm losing my mind.
Wild goose chases?
Goose chases. There we go. Not goose trail. Is because it's so easy to connect the dots and to make stuff fit. Okay, that's kind of my issue. But like, so for what you're saying here, and that it was more socially acceptable, like a guy saying that, you know, like he would fuck a 16-year-old or 15-year-old, you know, that would just be like a thing that a guy would brag about or whatever back then.
Or they would claim ignorance.
Well, I think they would just, I think they would just brag about it. Because
Jeffrey Epstein himself could not have claimed ignorance, but if somebody was going to a Mar-a-Lago party, or a Jeffrey Epstein party, and they were like a rich and powerful person, and they were doing drugs and whatever, they could claim ignorance.
Sure, they could, but I'm saying like that would be all the more reason in my mind why it would have definitely come out by now, because even more people would know about it, because it's not like the person would even try to necessarily hide it. Whereas like today they might be like really secretive about like fucking a 16-year-old. Back then, you know, people in chat, I haven't looked this up, but people in chat were saying that apparently Jeffrey Seinfeld's fucking girlfriend was
he was dating a 17-year-old.
Yeah, when he was 38. Like I think even more people would have seen it if that was the case.
Sure. And you know, by the way, you know, this is where Megyn Kelly got in trouble, right? Where she's like, actually, it's not pedophilia, it's a phebophilia. Kirk to dirt. Like,
sure.
But that's where I think the modern instinct, maybe I'm being too progressive here, but the modern instinct that the reason why we have the age of consent is because, yes, people might be physically more mature, but they are intellectually and maturity-wise, emotionally, they're stupid as fuck. Like, we've all met 18-year-olds, we've all met 19-year-olds who've done this fuck. And then also, there's a huge maturity thing that happens between 18 and 25. And then not just that, like we understand that people will be sexual at that age, but that's why we have the Romeo and Juliet exception, where if you're within, depending on the state,
I don't know what
5 years or 3 years, then we don't care, because
Sure.
we just don't want a 50-year-old taking advantage of a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old.
Yeah, sure. Wait, I don't know what this argument is for. I don't disagree with that, I guess, right?
Well, but that's what I'm saying is that attitude has shifted in the past 20 or 30 years, where these people knew that they were probably doing something illegal, but it was more socially acceptable.
Well, I don't even know if it would have been illegal, right? Like what? Like.
Well, why would Alan Dershowitz write an op-ed to reduce the age of consent to 15 unless there was some law standing in the way of him doing this?
Well, I don't know what the laws are today. I don't have my libertarian card anymore. But like, isn't somebody in chat put the age of consent in Florida was 16? Is it now or is it?
It's the fucking Epstein shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just fucked because I'm forced to play IO mid.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Destiny and counterpoints. Not questioning, but discussing, like, was the Epstein thing acceptable in the time period, and whether or not there's actually evidence to put other people at the parties and how much everyone else knew.
Серьезно, ты ульту вкачал? Гарай.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Well, almost go down there.
I don't know what it is now, or if
We
it's
would
18
have
or
we would have to take a look at it
Mm-hmm.
because basically I don't think that a 16-year-old can hook up with a 50-year-old in the state of Florida. I still think it's 18, but I think 16 is like the Romeo and Juliet stuff.
Maybe. I don't know what I'm saying. I think the thing for the people that are talking about the ephebophilia, pedophilia thing or whatever, if I ever threw this up, which I might have, I think the annoyance that I had a long time ago, minor, I don't know, whatever, but is that when I heard about all the Epstein stuff initially, before I looked at any of it, I thought that Epstein was like flying out fucking like 8 and 9 years old. I thought he was on some crazy pedophilia shit. 13 is really bad. 14, 15, 16 is really bad, especially if these are older guys. I think that I think it's fundamentally a different conversation though, one that's still really bad. But I think it needs to fixate on how predatory and strange.
If they're going after barely legal versus going after 8-year-olds. Bruh. Ooh yeah.
Range, especially like wealthy
what
and
am I
powerful
meant
men
to
can be
do?
around younger women, and that can go up to through early 20s depending on the environment. It's still really bad, and obviously in this case, if anything comes out,
200 years ago, Edgar Allan Poe married his cousin who was like 13 or something. I forget the exact details, but obviously, like our perspectives on maturity and sex and all that kind of stuff have evolved over time.
The issue with
But
Megyn Kelly throwing up the ephebophilia thing is I don't think she's doing it to say there's a huge other problem that we should focus on. She probably is just throwing it up more as like a defense of the behavior period, which is probably not good. Yeah, that'd be my guess if she was.
Regardless of whether or not how she's intended it, that's obviously how it was read.
Sure.
Because what it seemed like was more stuff was coming out, and she wanted to make a differentiation so people could make moral excuses if powerful people had participated in the behavior.
Sure.
Even if that's not how she intended it, that's definitely how it felt.
Sure.
So, well, hold on though. So here's the thing though, is we have so much smoke. I understand that we don't have fire.
There's a lot of smoke, meaning there's a lot of not evidence, but people word of mouth saying Epstein was doing bad. No bueno shit. There's no fire. There is literally no fire. Why are there no videos?
But we have Jeffrey Epstein allegedly well, I mean, I guess confirmed in a lot of degrees.
Oh,
sex
there's also
trafficking.
just as a quick thing because like fuck me.
It's all alleged.
All of these words
which
are so
is
fucking
fucked.
loaded. Another thing that's a little bit
Because
annoying is when you say sex trafficking. My understanding, I
People
could be
are
wrong.
believable.
My understanding is for the charge of sex trafficking. Sex trafficking is literally if you've paid for a girl to go or travel between state lines and then you have sex with her if she's underage, that constitutes trafficking. And I can agree in terms of like criminal stuff that would be like adequate to charge the crime. But again, a much different connotation between like this girl is like taken, is like kidnapped, drugged, and then like sent to some guy to go have sex with versus like a 17 or 16-year-old was flown out for some modeling event, and then guys were fucking her too, and that was kind of the expectation. Again, not good, but
Well, that's-
one is like
No,
way more
that's
heavily loaded.
actually exactly what Katie Collins' testimony is, because she went back after the initial event. So clearly, there was some enticement of money, professional opportunity, clout, power. These were used as leverage because they I think one of the interview or whatever, or she just mentioned it voluntarily, They were like, well, why didn't you tell your parents? Like, why didn't you tell your parents that you were being flown
That's
out to
lame.
New York in order to participate in orgies and do drugs and all this kind of stuff after your modeling gig? And I think a direct quote from Katie Collins is, well, if they had found out that that's what was happening, they would have never let you. And consciously or subconsciously, clearly what's happened is, even though she's being violated legally, even though her lack of maturity is being taken advantage of, she, in her youthful state, 14, 15 years old, she was hoping for clout, money, power, access, which is exactly what Jeffrey Epstein was using in order to get these girls to effectively volunteer to participate in this.
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry, I get so triggered when I hear this. A fucking doobie, the dipshit, try to pull this out. If a kid does a bad thing, it is very easy for that kid to get roped into doing more bad things because for whatever fucking reason, and I remember being like this, like it's just stupid. Kids, like the worst thing in the world is like getting in trouble with your parents for some reason. You just don't ever want like mom and dad to find out you've done something bad. So like if a kid has done a bad, and especially an older person who's in a position to flip that on them knows it, you can leverage that into getting the kid to continue to do bad things, especially if the kid ever thinks that they benefited in any way, size, shape, or form. So if you get one of these young girls to fly out and do some gig or whatever, and she also had sex with an older guy while she was there, like it's probably pretty easy for those men, not only offering her future opportunities, but to say, well, if any of your parents find out, like your whole shit is over, they're gonna hate you. Like, yeah, that's, and anybody that questions that is such a fucking retarded piece of shit. Like, kids can so easily be manipulated and shit like that because they're like the number one concern in a kid's life is getting in trouble. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, and well, and that echoes, of course, like I treat, as a former law enforcement officer, I treat testimony as something that can be used as evidence, but always needs to be corroborated.
Sure.
And so, as an example, something that goes along with what you just said is that there was a girl in Palm Beach who was hanging out with Jeffrey. I don't remember the exact details, but it was one of the FBI reports. And effectively what happened was Jeffrey Epstein stole photographs, like bathing suit photographs, model posing photographs of this girl's sisters. And she thought it was super creepy. And that not just that, he was asking her to take more like nude or semi-nude or bathing suit photos of other girls like that she knew. And she reported that to law enforcement, but like what she reported Jeffrey Epstein said when she was thinking about going to law enforcement is, you better not tell anybody, because if you tell anybody, I'm going to burn down your fucking house.
Sure.
And so that's like where there's this threat of coercion. And this is a time before cell phones, audio recording, video recording. It's infinitely more difficult to corroborate these statements.
Especially from a kid, yeah.
Compared to now.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
But
I
then
agree.
he stopped. He just stopped being a pedophile?
We don't have like as far as I know, there's not a serious contention besides the fact that I think there's a shitload of smoke to the point that I'm more willing to believe more extreme claims, and you're not willing to do it without hard evidence. But I mean, this has been our dynamic through several.
Sure. It also depends on like what type of like accountability are we looking for. Like I think it is probably important to protect the criminal standard. I think is totally fair. To say that like, well, there's probably not enough here to like indict somebody on a crime, but like there are civil cases that these people are, well, they can't bring up against Epstein, I guess. People have brought up against Trump. And then there are obviously our public accountability standards, right? Like, should Republicans support Donald Trump if they feel like he was kind of involved in this type of stuff, or if so many men look the other way? But yeah, I really do feel like young girls is like the slavery of our like past generation, where you look back on it and, in our current day, it's like, Jesus, can you really own slaves? Like, that's crazy. Did anybody support that? And like, I think to our credit, like socially, we have progressed quite a bit on some male-female issues. And one of those issues is just like how acceptable it was for people like who are directly in positions of like employer relationships or like talent management relationships to be fucking like very young girls. It's very insane. Yeah.
Well, yeah, look at That 70s Show, which was made in the thousands, but it was documenting the 70s. Or look at what's the one with Al Bundy, the shoe salesman?
Get ready.
I forget. But the whole joke is that Al Bundy's boy is like a gooner creep who can't get laid.
Sure.
And then Al Bundy's daughter is like a hot teenager. Like that's the entire series of jokes is like the sexual weirdness of teenage.
Yeah. I remember watching a movie, I think a year ago, called Waiters. Have you ever seen this before? It has Ryan Reynolds in it.
Wait, hold on. Waiting?
Oh, Waiting, yeah. And I think like isn't
I fucking yeah.
I think one of the running jokes for this whole thing is him wanting to fuck the 17-year-old like server girl or whatever.
The hostess.
Yeah, the host. I don't know if he does at the end or not, but like the whole joke is like it's like it's her birthday in 3 days, 2 days. And this is like a hilarious gag, and this is like a 2000s movie, I think, right? Like.
Well, in Monty's defense, and I do encourage people to go watch that movie. In Monty's defense, at the end, he doesn't do it, and he tells he tells her because she wants to hook up. He tells her, if anybody asks you, tell them I broke the law twice. But if you want to hook up, let's wait. And so, like, yeah, it is a running gag that the 17-year-old with 363 days wants to hook up, but Monty knows it's illegal. Yeah, it's 90 minutes of that.
Sure. What are you talking about? The movie? Wait, are you talking about the movie I'm talking about?
Yeah, Waiting with
Okay.
Ryan Reynolds and also Jason, whatever his name is, and they're both serving in a restaurant.
Yeah. No. Okay. You keep saying Monty. Is that just the name of the character?
Yeah, and also
Okay,
like
I
the
remember
way that they play a game is by flashing their genitals at each other.
Sure. Yeah.
No,
That's
I mean, it's probably the most accurate restaurant industry movie I've ever seen.
I guess.
But all right, moving past that. So I think all I wanted to talk about was I wanted to see, for me, I'm willing to believe more of the extreme claims because of the evidence that's out there, because where there's smoke, there's fire. It seems like you're still being very casual.
I know,
that
Epstein
not
seems like a
casual, but
cool
you're
guy.
still, you
Most
want to see
popular
the evidence
guy.
before you make broad claims.
I
And
know.
then the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, I guess, is like
He is
moral
a pedophile,
systems. Because
though.
I wanted to articulate this to you because I think I learned something recently.
Sure. Oh, and then one quick thing, and then we can move
Unless
on.
you have more Epstein stuff, we could talk about more Epstein
Well,
stuff. I was just saying.
Just one
that's what
quick
I have.
thing I wish that people would kind of like keep in mind. One of the reasons why I don't like to view the Epstein stuff is for what Epstein did in terms of fucking that many young women or bringing that many young women around is maybe exceptional, but like people should be aware that like that male behavior was not that exceptional back then, and a lot of it unfortunately still carries over kind of today in some ways, and I think people need to be more aware of that sometimes. Not
That's
to
why I
take
don't
away
mind
from the
when
badness of it if it's
feminists
happened,
and
but to,
shit
like that
push
people
their
should be aware
hard.
that like there's still this like very weird like sexual expectation that can be
There's a
placed
few
on women in certain industries
points
or
of
that young
right
women.
on.
I remember it was some actress who did a whole thing about how like she felt like she was getting jobs over better actresses just because she came in and she was like 23, 24. I think it was the woman who played the Catwoman in The Dark Knight Rises. That was really funny. But
Is it Zoe
no.
something Kravitz?
No. Dark Knight Rises. Anne Hathaway. Yeah, I think it was an interview from her a while ago.
But how did he he
yeah,
just
so
wrecked
it's not good,
us.
and it happens, and it shows up a lot, and it's not just by like creepy pedophile old men. It's unfortunately built into like a lot of industry stuff, and it's not good. But yeah, okay, go ahead. Moral system stuff. Yeah.
And all you have to do is you have to watch Pop Media at the time. Another one that people could reference, which I think is interesting. Go watch the original American Pie. Effectively, the original American Pie is like I would say it's a encapsulation of the sex culture of the 2000s for wrong or right. And the climax of the movie is like digital voyeurism.
Sure.
The climax of the movie is he's trying to hook up with the hot foreign exchange student and live stream it to his friends, but he
True.
accidentally
Now he puts
sends
it
the
like
live
that.
stream key out to every.
Now he puts it like that. But it's... No, he does do it intentionally. Yeah, it's pretty risque, sure.
Everybody, and so as a result, everybody's committing like a digital child porn crime, and
Jesus
it's all
Christ.
done for a laugh.
Okay. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. So anyways, and obviously difference between teenagers and kids, blah 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 blah. But the other thing that I wanted to talk to you about is the moral systems, because this is something that's come up repeatedly, which I'm sure you're familiar, but I'll ask anyways. Are you familiar with like the difference between like, and I'm probably gonna fuck this up, but dignity and honor culture?
I've heard the term honor culture before. Generally, it's associated with cultures in high poverty, where the only thing that you have to represent your honor is your name and your reputation, and it leads to a lot of like physical violence and fighting because it's the only way to assert yourself because you don't have like a material way to do so. I don't know what dignity culture is, unless it's the same thing.
No, I mean, that's the way that I understand it too. Bear in mind, I'm going to use lay definitions. So honor, I think the way that I would define it is it's esteem, right? It's like social esteem. There's an internal sense of honor. There's an external sense of honor. And so it is kind of like perception of the community over how virtuous you are. And so as a result, you can gain and lose honor. And so when somebody violates you, let's say they have sex with your daughter, or they beat up your son, or they kill a family member, then your honor has been insulted, your esteem has been insulted, and so you must respond, right? And then we have different ways to respond to
Keep them mad.
Okay.
Okay, so using that definition, I'm probably using this incorrectly from the sociological standpoint. However, I would say what I would call barbaric retributive violence and eye for an eye are rooted in honor culture, and I think it's important to distinguish that. So do you have any objections so far, or are you okay if I continue distinguishing?
I don't know how heavily historically I would agree, but for the purpose of this conversation, yeah, sure, yeah. I don't know, yeah, I don't know enough to say, but yeah, sure, okay.
Okay, so the way that I would distinguish these things is barbarian retributive violence is that somebody kills a member of your family or something like that. Let's say it's the Viking days. And in response, you just like slaughter their entire family, kidnap all the women, you know, enslave all the children, this, that, the other.
Sure.
And so that is barbarian retributive violence because the punishment is not proportional to the original offense.
Sure. Wait, can I ask real quick, where are you getting this from, or where did you stumble on this?
Weirdly enough, I got it largely from a community member of yours, Reason Riffs. We talk about tit for tat.
Gotcha, okay. Okay, go for it. Yeah, I'm listening.
So eye for an eye, I think you might have said this, by the way, is that eye for an eye is technically a step in a more just direction. Because if somebody pokes out your eye, you're either entitled to poke out their eye, or you're entitled to some kind of compensation equivalent to that of your eye.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I just want to put this aside, and realistically, this is all in the backdrop of the doxing drama, but I want to continue because there's two other points that I want to make. So in reference to dignity culture, I think it's argued that the United States is a dignity culture, where we believe that every human being is entitled to a certain amount of dignity, including bad people and our enemies. Do you object to anything I'm saying?
Yeah, everybody has rights, basically, yeah.
Okay, and then within dignity culture, I think there's tit for tat, and I think that there's turning the other cheek. And so I'll start with turning the other cheek because I think it's the least morally probable. So turning the other cheek is operating with another person in the ultimate good thing, where effectively, like, let's say that you slap me on the face. Well, I go, well, damn, we're, you know, both brothers or sisters in Christ, or maybe you could become a brother in Christ, and you have hurt me, but I'm not going to hurt you back because ultimately I want to see cooperation with you in the future. And so I'm not going to hurt you back. Any objections so far?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And then tit for tat, what I've heard you argue, and I've heard other people argue, is that you can't constantly turn the other cheek, because if somebody slaps you on the other cheek, or slaps you on the cheek, you turn your other one, they slap you on the other one, you turn it back, they slap you again. Well, very clearly you're not getting that positive reciprocation. So within game theory, what you do is you impose not the same consequence. It's not eye for an eye. It's not that, you know, you murder one of my family members and then I murder you, or murder one of your family members. It's basically like, I get that person, I get whoever you hired to kill my family member, I get them incarcerated. Or I get them fired, or I get them this, or I get them that.
Yeah.
And so there is a negative consequence to your bad behavior, but then 5 to 10% of the time, I engage in turning the other cheek, hoping that we can build a reciprocal and positive relationship.
Sure. This is like, I'm sure you guys talk about it, right? This is like tit for tat with like 5% forgiveness built in or whatever, yeah.
Right. So, okay. So we've landed here descriptively. I think I've articulated the ideas where anybody with above 80 IQ could understand them. the reason why I think Israel is catching shit is because they're not engaged in eye for an eye, turning the other cheek, or tit for tat. Based off of this model, they're engaged in barbarian retributive violence. And then also, I would say the reason why a lot of your critics, even if I don't necessarily agree with them wholeheartedly, the reason why they're critics of you and DGG and doxing is because you're not engaged in turning the other cheek. You're not engaged in tit for tat according to them. You're engaged in barbarian retributive violence.
Sure.
I mean, that's it. That's the whole argument.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I can see where people are coming from. I think the main issue, there's like this third layer that exists now that we have to talk about a lot today, because the ability for us to have an incorrect view of the world in some ways is like stronger than it ever has been, because you can make shit up, put it online or whatever, and you have the ability to do that in ways that maybe people in the past didn't quite have the ability to do that. So one of the biggest issues that I'll have when it comes to communicating like what's been done to me is that it's a lot of stuff to keep up with. And then typically, just because of the way that the communities kind of like function, usually the only type of response that I can do is probably going to be fairly direct, fairly brutal, and fairly easy to understand. I don't have like the same type of, I'll call it like snark communities that can operate symmetrically with other, like, I guess I call them snark communities, like just a little bit over towards me. So it's very easy for them to play the plausible deniability game on everything, and then for me, obviously, I just own anything that I do. So yeah, the perception is, building to what you're saying, the perception is that like, oh wow, like Destiny is being really unhinged against this person, and you can't prove that, for instance, like they've done anything like unhinged towards him, so it can come off as disproportionate. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I mean, that was the main thrust of it, to be honest. And at the risk of repeating myself, the way that JStock or Doobie or Queeman or anybody who you've said like, hey, if these people get doxxed, that's based or whatever.
Yep.
The whole thing is they're appealing to almost like an individualist sense of dignity culture, which I do find sympathetic. I do think ideally we would turn the other cheek. I do think ideally we would engage in tit for tat. However, they're appealing to that sense of dignity, whereas I think what you're kind of saying is like, listen, man, like these people are doing barbaric, fucked up shit to me in a collective sense.
They don't want to play tit for tat.
Maybe it's not Queeman, maybe it's not JStock, maybe it's not, I can't think of the third person, but effectively like the swatting, the doxing, the digital harassment, the porn leaks, this, that, the other. You're effectively at the mercy of an army of digital schizophrenics, and you don't really have a clear way to punch back, which is why you're doing what you're doing, or at least that's the steel man from my perspective.
Yeah, I do think there is an interesting phenomenon though when it comes to like ongoing harm. You would agree that the punishment for punching somebody shouldn't be execution, right? Like we shouldn't put somebody on death row if they punched somebody, right?
Right, yeah, it has to be proportional.
Yeah, but let's say somebody punched you, and then let's say they said they were gonna punch you again, and you took out a gun, and you're like, stop, or I'm gonna shoot you, and they're like, I don't care, I'm gonna punch you again, right? You could argue, right, in these circumstances, assuming it's not a 2-year-old child or something, right, that like, okay, well, you probably could, shoot this person here, you could defend yourself here, right?
Yeah, that's the basis of self-defense.
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting world when we're talking about like ongoing harms. I think that the calculation for like what kind of retribution, it's not even really retribution, but what kind of like action is justified on the other end, I think changes quite a bit, right? Like if I was doing this in response to like stuff that they'd done a long time ago, I mean, one, I just wouldn't. I just don't have the attention span for it. I don't care. Then I think that the argument would be a lot different there. And then two, if the other party was looking for any type of reciprocation, I think it would be different as well, but like they're not, right? The other party the other parties basically deny all wrongdoing, ascribe to me way more wrongdoing than any of them have ever been able to substantiate, and then as a result of both of these things, are able to like indefinitely justify like a continued, real life harassment campaign that I think is a little bit unhinged.
But then the plausible deniability enters in because we're treating these things, I guess in this like collective responsibility sense, we're treating them as tribes, where effectively if and I've heard you argue this in the past, because there's cross-pollination between the Snarker Discords and Kiwi Farms and Dockspin and this, that, the other, the people who are constantly saying, Steven's a bad guy, he needs to get taken down, he needs to be canceled, he's done all these evil shit, he's gonna do evil shit in the future, fuck him, blah 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 blah, let's ruin his life.
Will's gone. This is
Even if
jumped
they're
out.
saying that on stream, and they're not
Oh
individually
no, this guy's
doxing
got
you, harassing you,
damage.
swatting you,
Holy
etc.,
shit.
you're gonna hold them responsible for the outgrowths of that, which is dox information, swatting, and harassment.
Well,
and their argument.
Well, a
Sorry,
couple
go ahead.
things. Yeah. So, firstly, I no longer buy this argument. I used to be. I'm too charitable. I'm still too charitable, really. But like, I no longer buy the argument of like my community just happens to resemble one-to-one every single unhinged person in this other community. I think the overlap is, if not intentional, like every person in these communities is aware of it and they are okay with it and supportive of it, and they all like play into it and feed into it. So like this idea that like, oh, we just happen to be in some of the same places, I don't accept that anymore. I think that's crazy. Number one. And then number two, my issue is not with people who are just like critical of me or who speak up about me or whatever. I know that people like to present it that way because it underplays or downplays their actions and it makes me look insane. It's people that are either fostering or hosting communities or who are actively participating or encouraging what I would consider to be some of the most insane, like, real life harassment shit that you can basically get to, up to like visiting me in real life. So when you have, you know, like for Justicle's Discord, like the easiest example to point to recently, and there are others too, Kelly can actually talk about some of these, but like when you're contacting people that are part of my court case and you're shooting all these emails on the Discord server and like everybody is giving you thumbs ups over it, like, you know, some people like Justical tried to wheel this one out. Oh, well, Destiny's just post hoc rationalizing this. Like, that didn't happen until later. And it's like, no, this is one action in a long chain of actions, but it's hard to point to the other ones in particular because of how, you know, they do try to ban the outright stuff. But it says something about your community. If every single person in your community is like totally fine with that and is jumping on board with it, it's probably not the first time they've done it. It probably has been, as I've said, like a long history of like this type of behavior. Yeah.
Well, so then the example though is kind of the counter example that I've heard brought up is that Rose allegedly, and if you don't want to get into specifics, you don't have to go into
whatever you want. I'll probably file it now.
But effectively that like Rose, like early in the court case, at least as far as I understand it, you didn't know the difference between Rose and Solo. You didn't necessarily have any more contact with Rose, and so doxing her information or putting her information out there so she could be found was, in their opinion, a barbaric retributive action because you didn't know whether or not Rose was an innocent party.
Yeah, but like
and so
but that's
used
that to be clear, I didn't make sure you understand. That's not a good faith argument. Nobody really believes that, right? That me looking for this person who I have no idea, I don't have any leads on who leaked anything. I don't know what. The only thing I know is the Rose person that I spoke to, that Solo allegedly said just gave her his account. Now I didn't know at the time if that was necessarily true or not, but I have nothing to go on for somebody who has, I would say, pretty egregiously, probably in a harsher way than anybody in the history of my entire life has like aggressed on me. I think I'm kind of within my rights there to do whatever I can to try to find this person. I think that yeah.
Okay, within your right, but then the path of least harm would be like hiring a PI, right?
What?
Yes. Wait, hold on. Wait. Can you wait. Can you hold on? Wait. Can you send me it? Are we texting or whatever? Have we ever texted before? Oh, wait, hold on. Or actually, wait. Give me one.
Okay, the game.
You don't want to get into specifics. You don't have to get into specifics.
Thankfully worked out.
No, we can get into anything you want. It's annoying because another thing. I'm only doing this because I'm talking to you, okay? Because these people don't care about like the facts on literally any of this fucking bullshit.
You got a hair on you. There you go, a little scar. Make sure you're nice and clean.
I'm trying to think of what this. I did hire a private investigator, and they couldn't find anything. But no, do be a Jessica. Nobody believes me when I talk about any of this shit. Oh, here, 1 second. I just want to send you a fucking like this. They they basically ended up fucking ghosting me after I paid for their services. Here, hold on. Boom, boom, boom. And I asked both my law firms to look for this person, and neither one was able to locate them. I just want to send you this just so that fucking somebody sees this, because it's the same stupid shit gets repeated over and over again, right?
Okay.
But this is
Well,
the
I
you
mean,
can look
I
these
would
up.
take it on good faith. I know other people.
Well, no, you
might
don't. I don't
not,
care if you do or not. But I just saw somebody who's seen that I've sent you. Like, this is my. Oh wait, did I send that to you or did I send it to myself? Oh wait, hold on.
You probably did hire it, but who's gonna believe him?
I'm coming, Paul. Hold on. Here you go. Okay. You see this, right?
Give me 1 second. I'm going to move you off screen. That way I don't expose all our other private messages. And I'm going to look at it on my phone. So give me a second real quick. I just want to make sure that I don't actually expose our other messages, our other private messages.
True.
All right. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
I see
okay.
it.
Just verifying that. Yeah. Okay.
And
so,
I also see the date.
yeah. Oh, long time ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
True. I didn't even think that. Yeah. So yeah. So I did try to do this. I know that everybody says I didn't, and it's all because. But like, no, you heard me talk to Doobie. No matter what I say, like these people aren't interested in the truth. They have their idea about me being some, whatever crazy abuser trying to fuck this girl or whatever. Yeah. And that's it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If I could just articulate for that chat without, saying anything specific. Effectively, I see the date, I see the time, and I see some communications at what looks like hiring a private investigator with things that I would expect out of hiring a private investigator.
Yep. Which is also why I was annoyed when Pixie put in her filings that they spent money to hire a private investigator to find this girl. They didn't. They just got it from Kiwi Farms. And now I know that because it was the person from Justical Server that emailed them and then threatened basically the girl to get her to email Joan as well. So, yeah.
Well, okay. So what I want to say though,
Mhm.
which is saying this as a online
What a big
and
fucker,
slightly
yeah.
IRL friend of 5 years now.
Nobody's ever gonna believe
I
him
guess
at
the
the
reason
end of
why,
the day.
like, I know that you're pulled between many forces at all times. And as an example, people want you to have a schizophrenic personal life because it's entertaining. It's entertaining. It's fun to talk about. Whenever something pops off, I mean, I'm guilty of it too. We call it the Destiny dick watching traffic helicopter, because the easiest way to get a few hundred live viewers is to cover personal drama, in your life, right?
Sure.
And it's an easy way to make money. It's an easy way to get a larger following. But as your online friend, I don't want to see you hurting yourself for the entertainment of the chat.
Yeah.
And so.
And to be
that's
clear, I'll
where-
reiterate this for the billionth time, although I don't think you believe me, but my audience knows that my personal life has been pretty divorced from my stream for like the past 2 years. It's been significantly less than it ever was in the past. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, but then what I was going to say in reference to that personal life is divorced from the stream. I want that to continue, I suppose.
Yeah.
But then but then also in reference to dealing with these anti-fan communities, if we're talking about you participating in barbarian retributive violence, I mean, maybe that we can envision an enemy that.
To be clear, I wouldn't consider what I'm doing barbarian, whatever. I think it's pretty. I think it's pretty eye for an eye in terms of, yeah.
Okay. Well, however if we want to classify eye for an eye, I think that your critics are categorizing it as barbarian retributive violence. But regardless of
Sure.
what it
Probably.
is, sometimes barbarian retributive violence could be justified, right? Because if there was, let's say that we're barbarians, and this is like caveman days. Let's say that there is an aggressive tribe that continues to attack you. Well, if you keep doing reciprocative penalties and they keep trying to take you out, then all you're doing is you're tolerating somebody who wants your destruction. And so,
Sure. Although I will say, let me just say this. Like, one of the things that I look for when I'm seeing like how true a person's claims are, especially when it comes to like fear, is I'm looking at how the person is behaving or acting. And I hear this thing a lot brought up about like DGG and how terrifying my community is and all this bullshit. And I think my community is basically terrifying if you're like a friend of mine, because then you care about what my community thinks. And if you say something they disagree with, they're fucking retarded and their hate threat is like way more aggressive than it needs to be. But that's about the extent of terrifyingness that my community goes to. And when I asked Doobie, what's an example of my community like real life harassing somebody? The only example he could give me was Darius apparently going to the wrong house for Ryle Kitten House. And Darius is retarded and does his own shit. And then he had a video of Darius walking up to Lauren De Laguna on the street and talking to her for 30 seconds. It's fucking retarded. And then when I look at like the behavior of the other communities, well,
DGG
it seems
is
like
pretty
all of them
spooky.
still spam talk about me. All of them were still spamming streams on me. All of them were still cross-posting emails that Saba guy was sending to my attorneys, to opposing counsel attorneys, to victims in my case. Like all of this stuff, it doesn't seem like there's much fear on their side. It doesn't seem like they're really that afraid, despite how horrifying, you know, the doxing and everything else is. Whereas when I look on my side, right, everybody's fucking terrified of the anti-fan communities over there. Hutch came out and said, like, I can't be anywhere near, you know, like Destiny or these guys, like the doxing and everything else that's going on. This is just way too crazy. Like every single person in my corner of the internet was getting doxed on Kiwi Farms, and everybody was getting crazy harassed by the people in Justicle's Discord server. So like, I don't buy into that. I don't think they even feel like it's barbaric or whatever. They just, I don't think that's true. Like, look at for instance, like a one-to-one example. You know who Zoe and Jacob are?
Yeah, they're the people who moved into a Discord. They were your friends, and then they were just spent months saying you're a bad guy.
So when Blav doxed them initially, they were so afraid they left the internet for 2 months. And then they came back and somehow made up with Blav, and now they're like my biggest anti-fans. They haven't left because of me doxing people on that server, me threatening them. They're still there. They're still chatting. They're not scared at all. Because my community's not very scary. We really don't engage in like very much fucked up behavior anymore.
Yeah, but I think we can acknowledge though that doxing in general, because the whole reason why they left the internet because of Blab or whatever is because they are scared of consequences.
Of certain communities.
Somebody's going to contact their work.
Of Kiwi Farms doing it, yes. Of Kiwi Farms doing it, yes. But not my community. I don't know if we've ever done this before. I don't know if that, like, I don't think anybody really believes that when they say DGG will do these things, because it just, I don't think it's even happened before.
Yeah, but the counter argument is when you say that you would kill Queeman and J-Stock and whoever else if you could, the argument is that effectively that's stochastic rhetoric, and that's where I don't want you to, you know.
Yeah, but like, do they? First of all,
I don't want you to piss on my leg and tell me that it's raining.
But how many times you've watched my stream?
5 years talking about stochastic rhetoric.
Yeah, but you've watched my stream for years. Like, how many times have I said, right, someone needs to kill this motherfucker, I hate this guy, blah blah blah. This is in a private call to Willie Mac. I didn't even know this call was getting published, but this is a call to Willie Mac. So one, I say this type of shit all the time. I don't think anybody takes it seriously. But number two, again, I can look at the response on the other side. Did they take it seriously? No. None of them were deterred from covering my stuff. They all covered it religiously. They all participated as much as they could in all my court cases. When Gisticle got outed by Pixie's incompetence and in one of the public filings, he laughed about it on stream. He didn't really seem like very...
Well. What's up, young gut?
Lens,
Sure.
why? Why did you say sure, Uncle Amy?
Was like, gotta change some stuff. Young gut.
What did you say?
Young gut. You're a guppy.
Is the third player over the other player gonna play?
Sometime later, probably.
Okay. If he does when we play, I'm just gonna go straight and just get a true Sunboard on him.
Oh, sneaky.
If he has the drone NTN, I'm gonna go and sacrifice it to my sun god, my true sun temple. Then once he gets it back down, I'm gonna sacrifice it one more time.
No.
I do not like that. Oh, thanks for saying.
concerned or scared about it. Abby seems concerned or scared, although I think it's because she's perjuring herself and Pixie's asking her to. But yeah, I don't think that these people's complaints are very serious, and I don't think you should take them very seriously. I know they try to represent them as serious, but like their behavior just makes it very obvious that it's not serious at all.
Okay, but trying to evaluate the behavior from as objective as a perspective as you can. Let's ignore the way that they feel about it for a second.
Sure.
Okay. I know, because I was beat in the dick for 4 years about stochastic rhetoric being so evil between 2019 and 2022. They were effectively saying that Tucker Carlson is a stochastic terrorist because all of his rhetoric. So I know that the chances of somebody acting on you saying like, oh, I'll kill Queeman, I'll kill J-Stock, whatever, and also these people deserve to be doxxed or whatever. I think that DGG or elements of DGG might dox. I doubt anybody would ever like kill
Please,
or IRL harass.
just
with
telling
the
you
exception of
I
Darius. And
won't
like you said,
fall
Darius is not
into
exactly an
time.
intimidating figure.
Are you left?
However, I think that the intent there
I
is
can
fuck
rejoin.
you, stop covering me, stop talking shit about me, or else I'm gonna dox you, or else you know, I'm gonna use the
Uncle
casting
Lee, I'm
order to
not
threaten.
knowing you free.
I mean,
Free
there's
right
a lot of
now.
people who like
What?
cover me
Are you, like,
negatively
6,
and are
7?
retardedly critical of me. Like Ethan Klein was a fucking
What's the
retard, and
best
Nicholas
sport
Diorio
for
is a fucking
sorting
retard.
this
Yeah, and then you blasted his shit. Like you didn't
the
blast
top
Nick
zigzag.
Diorio's shit, but you
Well, hold on.
blasted
But wait. Well, of course I blasted Ethan's shit because it's all on the internet. But I didn't dox Ethan. I didn't dox Nicholas Diorio. Or I didn't dox Willie Mack, even though I think all these people acted retardedly. There's a difference between their behavior and just hosting a server where people are dedicating an inordinate amount of time obsessively talking about me, stalking me, harassing me, emailing people around me. Like, it's a different type of behavior. And then showing up in other communities to do it. Like, that's the biggest thing. The reason why, and it's so sad that, like, Kiwi Farms, for the most part, they follow this. My thread is just crazy. There's this concept of, like, don't touch the poop. If you want to make a community and you want to gossip about somebody, I think you should have the right to do that. You want to say horrible, evil things. You want to make fun of the way they look, the way they talk, the way they act, whatever.
That's how I
It's
think.
America. Well, if you're in America, it's America. Whatever, freedom of speech, that's fine. But when it starts to leak over and
No, it says the banana farm.
infect every single community. When I'm talking to Pisco and Doobie is donating $1,000 during our talk to try to get his points across, and I'm talking to Doobie on Wixstream and Gisticles in his server saying Doobie shouldn't be using talking points unless I'm giving them to him, and then when Gisticle and all of the anti-fans are on Pisco's server and they're just restreaming like random DMs of mine, like do you understand that's like a different thing than just, because you just said with people who are criticizing you, right? You understand that's like a different thing in kind, right?
Banana boat. No.
I will was the play one time with a stone board.
Really?
Only one time. I just like trolling people.
Yeah, I think the
You don't
the
see. Wait.
though,
It sounds like you don't think it is because you were like, yeah.
No, well, I was going to articulate the difference. I think the difference is we're public figures or semi-public figures, and so any of our behavior that is made available to the public, you can criticize. Whereas I think that what differentiates Kiwi Farms, Doxbin, whatever, is that, in my opinion, that they play cute with doxing information. They play cute with like
Is
swap.
it ever going to get button pass to the button or any top pass? Always go button pass because you can get more not selling it.
Okay.
So that's why I go button pass instead, because I changed my mind. You can make more money off selling the banana farm. And you can pay yourself off with your banana. If you're ever getting into the stuff, good for going button pass. White balloons. Uncle Lennon, can any of these towers hit white balloons? Uncle Lennon, can you
Put that
place
on
the
the
tower
cam.
for white balloons? Because I
Auditing and all that kind of stuff.
So I
where they're
don't
like,
want
oh
those
well, you know, it's against our
pesky
terms of service to swap.
Yeah.
It's against our
I
terms
don't
of
wanna
service
deal
to
with
touch the
the white.
poo. But of course, like the purpose of doxing is to get somebody else to touch the poo, right?
Sure. Well, to be clear, I don't know
So-
where you heard this, and I don't know if I'm just not aware of this. Doxbin is, to my understanding, Doxbin is like Pastebin, but for doxes. I don't know where this idea that like Doxbin is this crazy community. It's just a place where people post doxes. I don't like to say it on stream, but like you can.
Well, right, but
Yeah.
the purpose, right, is to make it easily accessible. So if you want to digitally harass somebody, then you can.
Yeah,
easily
sure. It's
digitally
definitely a
harass
threatening or an intimidation thing, for sure. But there's also kind of a catch-22 here as well, in that, like, if you dox a rando, like, nothing's probably happening to this person.
I'm working my way to a
Well, I
research
mean, I would say that's why
already.
Wow.
relatively chill. My public information is probably relatively easy to find, but the reason
Like
why
to
I'm
make
not
some money.
too
More
freaked
money.
out about it is because, like,
And
okay,
then
you
the
know my
research
address.
Yeah.
facility.
If you come
and
to
then
my
goes
address, like I've
Google
already talked to
shit
local
for
law enforcement, and I've
grade.
already told them, you know, that I'm a
Like
public figure and I'm being
5.
swatted.
That's what
They
I
allegedly
work
took notes down and all that
toward.
kind of stuff. But besides that, if you come to my address,
yeah.
like we might have
I think I'm
problems depending on
gonna
what your
put
intent
down
is.
Sure.
But okay, so I guess the
But this I don't buy this, like, you're a public figure, so you have to accept infinite levels of obsessive harassment that bleeds over into every single other community that you're a part of. That I don't think I have to accept that. And if we're gonna play that game, then I will. Like, I don't think doxing is illegal. I don't think I would try to break the law. But, like, I'm gonna go up to and including anything that is, like, within the legal confines of.
Well, I don't know about accepting, but just as an example, like and maybe this would make the content less boring, like obvious, or it would make it more boring. So maybe I'm advocating for more boring content, which is not good. But effectively, like nobody's gonna harass me because of my 40K shit. I don't think that, you know, name it. I don't think Adam Mockler gets, like, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think he gets, like, doxed, harassed. People
No, he doesn't.
leaking his sex stuff. He does not.
No.
Well, that's what I would say. It's because he shows up, he does his job. he
Yeah, I
logs
understand this, but to repeat this, maybe I'm not repeating it to you, but I've said this a million times. The biggest annoying thing about this court case was the court case had to do with a conversation I had in 2022 about a video that I made in 2020 that was leaked on the internet then in 2024. So, like, all of the annoying, like, harassment and stalking and obsession over, like, my personal life and stuff is stuff that it was all in the past for me. Like, it's not really anything that is currently. Like, I just don't do relationship stuff, drama stuff, interpersonal stuff on stream anymore. It just hasn't been part of my stream for like 2 years, basically. Aside from whatever gets, like, drug up in the court case.
Okay. Well, I pressed you about this though in the past though. Are you still engaging casually with women who you may or may not know a lot about them, and therefore they could blow up on you?
I mean, the biggest change in my behavior is I just don't mess with any, like, streamer, YouTuber people anymore. If they're an online person, that's, like, the #1 red flag I found. More than BPD, more than fucking criminal record, more than anything else, is if a person is a streamer or, like, any kind of public social media figure, then that's always, like, the biggest red flag. And that's been the #1 thing that's kept more or less everything off of my stream for the past, like, 2 years.
Yeah, but your sex negative followers, like me, and probably Kyla to a degree.
Sure.
There are people where you.
I'm not saying
if you engage with them casually.
All around the world, a war is being waged on and by ships that are vital to the global economy. Thousands of these vessels sail every single day, filled with, for better or worse, something that we just can't live without. I'm talking about oil tankers. For the most part, the war has been silent, waged in the shadows between governments and private companies alike. But in December 2025, things got loud when the United States seized an oil tanker after it left Venezuela, and Ukraine disabled another one in the Black Sea with a drone boat loaded with explosives. These are not the same operation, but they're connected by the same basic idea. If you want leverage in a conflict, messing with the flow of oil is one of the fastest ways to get it. And we've been here before many times. Welcome back to Task and Purpose. I'm Kyle, and today we're going to talk about why oil is behind much of what we are seeing today. We're going to do this by breaking down the original tanker wars in the 1980s between Iran and Iraq, which then escalated into Praying Mantis, and we're going to talk about why we are suddenly seeing tanker seizures and strikes show up again, this time through sanctions enforcement and uncrewed maritime attacks. But before we get to that, a quick word from today's sponsor, Odoo. If you're in manufacturing, you already know the challenges. Orders stack up, delays start sneaking in, all your tools that are supposed to make your life easier start to do the opposite. Odoo fixes that. Odoo gives you one dashboard where you can manage assembly stage. Today's episode. First, a
red and
bit of a
spicy.
disclaimer. If you're here for hyper-political talk, opinions, or general outrage, you're going to be incredibly disappointed. We are presenting information as it is known to us on December 16th at 11:48 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We aren't condoning or condemning any of the things we
This
are
is a bank
talking about.
robbery.
You're
Give
more
me
than
your
welcome
money.
to do that yourself, but that isn't our job here. Also, when we say tanker war, we don't mean one single war. We mean a pattern of states using commercial oil shipping as a way to apply pressure without taking
That's
on a
what I
neighboring
have in
head.
my bank.
Anyway, let's get going. A tanker war isn't really about the ship,
Okay.
it's about what the
Awesome.
ship represents. A huge share, around 75% of the oil trade moves by sea via tankers. If you can disrupt that movement with attacks, seizures, mines, or intimidation, you can force governments and
This is bank
markets to
robbery.
react. For militaries, this
What?
matters because it drags
What?
navies and coast guards
What?
into missions they may not want. Escorts, interdiction,
What?
maritime
don't
security
want my
patrols,
money.
and sometimes retaliation. Look no further than the Red Sea, where the Navy faced its most intense fight since World War II as it defended commercial shipping from Houthi attacks. As much as we may not like it, oil has been the keystone in many conflicts going
You know
back to
what
World
I'm
War
gonna
I as
do?
nations began to
Thanks
need it
for
for
bringing
tanks,
10 minutes.
airplanes, ships, and submarines. World War II all but cemented
Have it
oil's
10
role as
hours.
a major geopolitical flashpoint. After all, Japan's aggression toward the U.S. was
One
due in large
minute.
part to the 1941 oil embargo placed on it by the U.S. and others after they invaded China and French
Uncle Mimi,
Indochina,
I'm already
or modern-day
working
Vietnam.
right to the
Nothing has really
system
changed,
board.
and in modern times, the
Really?
best example is the one everybody
Yes.
half remembers from history
So I have
class,
my
if you
monkey
even
down.
learn about it
I'm
at all.
able to
During
touch
the
right
Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s,
It's
both
just will
sides
be
attacked
have
commercial
100,000
shipping in the Persian Gulf
for.
because oil was a major component of both sides' economies.
I don't
The goal was not
right,
subtle.
because
If you can hurt
remember
your
when we
opponent's
got
economy by
your
cutting off
upper-
exports or scaring off shippers, you create pressure without having to
just
win a
before
big naval
the
battle. As the attacks piled up, the Gulf turned into a place where
Okay.
commercial ships
That's
could get hit
what-
by a missile,
that's what
struck by a
somebody
mine, or shot at just because somebody
bad
thought it was helping
playing
the
the
other side.
balloon.
Eventually, the
Don't
United
know how
States
to
got
play
pulled in when
balloons,
Kuwait,
how
which
to
was
play.
aligned with Iraq at the time,
That's
asked the
you
U.S.
want
to
to
do
play.
something about its tankers being
Don't-
hit. So
don't
we
you?
started
How-
reflagging and
Don't
escorting
you?
Kuwaiti
Teach you how to play.
tankers. This
Don't you?
became Operation
Why
Orange
you?
Oil because the U.S. did
Instead of
not want
camels.
Iran to be able to
Camels
choke off
much
Gulf
more
shipping,
better.
and because
You can
Washington
get
had
all
broader
types of
interests in
balloons back.
keeping oil moving. Once you're escorting tankers
mean,
through a
I would
mindset
have
you're already in the
1,000
fight, you're just
dollars.
pretending you aren't. That escalation became real in April 1988 when the U.S. frigate
He's streaming with me, man. Well, it was early for me. Oh. We'll see. It's my time soon. Yeah. Ooh. East Coast or West Coast?
USS Samuel B. Roberts struck a mine. 4 days later, the U.S. Navy launched Operation Praying Mantis. Praying Mantis was a one-day whooping dealt to Iran in retaliation for the Roberts
Look how
striking
much
one of their
money I
mines.
already
At the
have.
end of it all, 2
I
oil
have no money.
platforms were destroyed, an Iranian frigate, a gunboat, and 3 fast attack boats were.
You're in
I literally have
West Coast, Mountain Time,
59,000.
something East Coast.
I'm 61,000 right now.
Were sunk,
Look at
another
this.
frigate was hobbled, and an
don't have
Iranian
money.
F-4 was damaged. 57 Iranians were killed, and the U.S. lost 2 Marines when a Cobra
Okay, I'm
helicopter
gonna go
crashed.
straight
It
for
was
the
a
sun
complete
temple.
ass whooping that largely forced Iran to rethink its entire approach to naval power. We actually have a video done on this one that I'm saving for a vacation that I will probably never take, but anyway. The reason Praying Mantis matters today isn't for nostalgia or to tell a story of the US Navy standing on business, as the youths say. It's to show the basic tanker war pattern. Tanker attacks lead to escorts, escorts lead to contact, and contact leads to escalation. Now fast forward to today, where
Okay.
the geography may be different, the tools are
sense.
different, but the logic is familiar. There are two big reasons that tankers are dominating headlines today. The first is sanctions, particularly ones that center around oil. Sanctions turn oil into a political weapon because they don't just target a government, they target the system that turns crude into cash. And for Venezuela, that's...
That is targeting a government still. It's... I would rather sanctions than war.
I got the Sun Temple now.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna get the money for the Tree Sun God.
Oh yeah, can I have some money? Thank you. Bro, I'm trying to beg for money to make him realize that it's annoying when he doesn't.
Down.
Then he puts out and he gives it.
Because I'm right now just wasting my money up just right up for Sun Temple.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna buy Dark Monkey Paragon with that money. Because it's the best Paragon.
I don't absolutely care. Because I will get rid of it.
Boom boom boom. Now let me hear you say wayo. Wayo.
Maybe I should get Eventual Sun God. No, I won't. It's too risky.
6, 7.
It's too OP and it's too risky.
6, 7.
Do you know why it's too risky to get a Sun Temple?
Why?
It's risky to get the Chief Sun God Temple.
Why?
The Eventual Sun God because you need it.
Why?
You need 50,000 in each colony and you need each super.
Why?
And then you can get it and it costs same amount plus it costs. It's way better just it's not badass. One is it's fast. 4. 2 is good for 11 stuff, it's bad for big function of Moab stuff.
Boom boom boom. Now let me hear you say wayo. Wayo. That's what you say wayo, bro.
Nah. Some why you're just doing money in the fun. Getting the money for money. Sun Dad, my Tree Sun God. And then I can sacrifice.
System
Move your. Uncle Amy, move your mermaid monkey back where my Sun God is. Move it right now.
Oh, it lost its range. So,
Move it. It's gonna get sacrificed.
well, that's not why.
I know,
There's a better reason why.
I'll put monkeys everywhere.
Why is it not giving range bonus?
Uncle Amy, it's time to separate. Uncle Amy, put down the bank. Give me $100 for me.
No.
Give me $100 from your bank.
There's $100.
Now, put a bank down. Save $100 and give me the $100. It's gonna be another bank robbery. Right now, give me your money.
Look how much money I
Bank
have.
robbery. How much? No, it's a bank robbery. Right now, give me your money. It's a bank robbery. Right now, give me your money. Right now, give me your money.
His
Right
mom
now,
hates
give
it
me
when he
all
does
your
this.
money. Give me every
I don't think so.
Money. That rules
I don't think
forward.
so.
Give me your money. It's a bank robbery. Right now, give me your money. It's a bank rob. It's a bank rob.
So.
No, it's a bank rob. No, it's an absolute bank rob. ISP, give me your money. It's bank robbery. Right
I
now,
think
it's
I'll
a
just
bank
spend all
robbery.
my money on these boomerangs. Some of this. Is this good?
No, it's a
Is this a good way to spend my money?
Uncle Mimi, look what I have. I have my research facility. You need to. It's a bank rob. Right now, give me the money. Right now. It's a bank robbery. It's a bank robbery. Give me all your money. Now my game crashed.
You made the game crash, man. Come on.
Restart again?
Yep.
Are you gonna send me the code through? This time let's play I want to do a chance because I actually don't want to get a truce on board.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's do chance.
58% of the government's budget in 2024, according to the Council on Foreign Relations. In 2017, the US started really tightening those financial screws, restricting the Venezuelan government's and the state-owned PDVSA's ability to raise money in US markets. In 2019, the US escalated by sanctioning PDVSA more directly, aiming to cut off revenue that Washington argues keeps Nicolas Maduro's government afloat. Later that same year, the US expanded sanctions further against the broader Venezuelan government. The details matter less than the practical outcome. When you restrict normal oil trade channels, you push more of the business into workarounds like intermediaries, reflagging, ship-to-ship transfers, and operators willing to accept higher risk for higher.
Harambe, you coming? We'll be triggering.
Can I stop, please? And
Waiting.
also do Dark Castle. Can we do Dark Castle, Uncle Amy? Can we do Dark Castle?
I don't think so.
Dark Castle.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay, start. I'll
You can
leave them if you don't. If you start, I'll just right off the bat leave.
How about this one?
What even is this one? I prefer the other one.
Boom, boom, boom. Let me say, way-o. Way-o.
What game? What one is that?
This is Dark Castle.
Is it a skin or something?
I don't know.
What else, please?
What the hell, man?
Can we do Dark Castle?
Sure.
Dark Castle.
Higher profit. If you haven't watched our video on Iran's support to Venezuela, we cover their role in keeping Venezuela's oil industry afloat a little more in depth there, so be sure to check that out if you're interested. Now, there have been off-ramps. The US has periodically used licenses and waivers as leverage, most notably allowing limited operations by companies like Chevron starting in late 2022. Those tightened again when U.S. policy shifted. In early 2025, the U.S. moved to end Chevron's Venezuela authorizations and ordered a wind down. By late 2025, the U.S. was also designating additional Venezuela-linked shipping entities and vessels and, in the Skipper case, physically seizing a tanker after it left Venezuela, which we will talk more about shortly. That's why sanctions pull tankers into the story. If oil exports are restricted, the shipping routes, the ship owners, and the middlemen become part of the conflict because they're the part you can actually touch. So you have sanctions, and then now you have uncrewed systems like we are seeing Ukraine use against Russian tankers. You no longer need a blue water navy to put a ship at risk. Ukraine has showed that very clearly in the Black Sea with uncrewed surface vessels. When you combine sanction pressure with the ability to physically threaten ships at sea, you get tanker war logic without the old school fleet on fleet fight. That brings us to what exactly the US is doing in the Caribbean as it pressures Maduro to step down. On December 10, 2025, the U.S. Coast Guard boarded and seized the crude oil tanker MT Skipper on the high seas after it departed Venezuela. This action was carried out after a U.S. judge signed a seizure warrant in late November that was later unsealed by the Department of Justice after the skipper was taken. In the US government's public version of events, this was sanctions enforcement and it was tied to allegations about an oil shipping network connected to sanctioned actors. In Venezuela's public version of events, it was piracy. Either way, the action itself is the point. A tanker was physically seized. If you're used to sanctions being something that happens to bank accounts and paperwork, a seizure is the moment it stops being abstract and starts being real. Reporting and ship tracking data indicated that multiple tankers changed course or delayed loading plans after the seizure. The risk suddenly outweighed the rewards for these tanker operators. And that's the actual effect the US is trying to create with enforcement. On top of all this, the US Treasury also announced additional sanctions actions tied to Venezuela's oil sector around the same period. You don't have to love sanctions policy to understand the operational goal, which is to increase the costs and risk for the shipping network that keeps sanctioned oil moving. That is how you change behavior without firing a shot. But it also creates a military relevant question. If the US is willing to seize tankers on the high seas in this context, what happens when a crisis expands? How many resources does it take? How quickly can it scale? And what does it mean for the Coast Guard, which is usually asked to do everything from drug busts to Arctic patrols, and now might be asked to do sanctions enforcement at sea too? Those are all really relevant questions, and we don't really have the answers for them, but hopefully somebody in the government side of things does. That's the US side. Now let's talk about why Ukraine is doing something that looks much more like a war zone. As Ukraine faces setbacks on the battlefield and the Russian invasion drags on, they've been targeting Russia's oil and gas industry to gain any leverage during peace talks. As you can imagine, oil and gas is huge to Russia's economy. It contributes about 20% to their GDP, and up to 50% of federal revenue has come from oil and gas in past years. If you can take out even 10 to 20% of their capacity, you're going to really hurt the economy and the state's ability to finance the war. They've conducted long-range strikes on refineries and ports to accomplish this, and now they're going after the ships. In November, Ukrainian officials said that naval drones hit 2 sanctioned tankers in the Black Sea as they headed to a Russian port, describing it as part of an effort to put pressure on Russia's oil transportation. Then on December 10th, reporting said Ukrainian sea drones
and a whole bunch of dark monkeys. Now you were supposed to do it. Mimi, place down a desk order.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's not for play.
Oh, we're not gonna win.
Send me some money.
How about this?
Send me all your money. Send me all your money. I know. Uncle Amy, send me all your money now. Send me all your money. I know that.
It's working.
Let's
Oh,
go
what?
for free. Don't get anything down. Give me the money. Give me the money. Just give me the money.
Oh,
Come on, get an attacking tower, not an ice monkey. Uncle Amy, send me some money order. No. Send me all the money now.
I gave you all my money.
This time, get just not Lunganas. Not gonna work at all. Yeah, it's not gonna work.
What?
Just send me, get an attacking tower, and then send me the money to Sora. It's fine. Uncle Amy, you get 10 towers down also.
But I'm getting bank robbed.
No, you don't need to spend money. Uncle Amy, you can stop. Uncle Amy, stop. Put down some towers. Uncle Amy, why are you placing stuff right on that?
What do you mean?
Why are you placing towers that are not on the track? I will
You can't
live.
place monkeys on the track.
No, like near the track. Like I am doing.
I gave you all my
Uncle
money.
Amy. No, don't do that. You put towers where can go on the track. Like hit balloons.
I think I should take a break.
From what?
I'll come back and not be so silly.
I'm restarting.
Okay, I'll be back. Drink water. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Drive safe.